Chapter 3465 Marquis Duanyu, the clan-protecting formation of the nine-tailed clan, is so powerful. Jian Wushuang could not help being surprised. In his opinion, the clan-protecting formation of the Blood Marten clan was already very powerful. However, it was clear that the clan-protecting formation of the nine-tailed clan was much more powerful than that of the Blood Marten clan. The clan-protecting array of the nine-tailed race is a complete set of array that the ancestors of the nine-tailed race obtained by chance while adventuring in the universe battlefield. The power of this array is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, in the history of the nine-tailed race, there has never been a ruler-level great being born. Otherwise, if a ruler-level great being had personally activated this array and set it up, then even a ruler-level great being would not have been able to shake this array in the slightest, Shower said. It's normal. After all, it's a divine clan, so it has some foundation. Without some powerful means, the nine-tailed clan couldn't have survived until now, Axe One Master said calmly. Miss Shower, can you deal with the formation of the nine-tailed clan from the inside, like you did with the Scarlet Gold clan? Jian Wushuang asked. No. Shower shook her head. The method used to break the formation of the Scarlet Gold clan can't be used on the formation of the nine-tailed clan. The formation is a complete formation, which is like a treasure. It has a formation spirit, and its foundation, core, and even the whole formation are controlled by the formation spirit. Even the patriarch of the nine-tailed clan is not qualified to control the formation, so he can't break it from the inside. In addition, even if I have to control some of the top experts of the nine-tailed clan, I have been trying to infiltrate them over the years. However, the souls of the clansmen of the nine-tailed clan are extremely powerful. The stronger they are, the harder it is to control them. Besides, the nine-tailed clan is not like those top clans. They won't give me an opportunity so easily. Therefore, although I have controlled a few people in the nine-tailed clan, including the rule master, there are no important figures. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble, Jian Wushuang said with a frown. It won't be a problem. The clan-protecting formation of the nine-tailed clan is strong, but it's not impossible to break it, Axe One Master suddenly said with a smile. Oh. Jian Wushuang and Shower immediately looked at Axe One Master. Axe One Master, do you have a solution? Shower asked. Miss Shower, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you may not know this, but among the three of us, Star Saint Master and I are good at fighting and defending. We face our enemies head-on. Both of us are not weak in the 6 void realms, but Marquis Duanyu, although he is also in the 6 void realms, his real combat strength is probably not much stronger than a peak of the 5 void realms, Axe One Master said with a smile. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Er could not help glancing at the gentle Marquis Duanyu. To tell you the truth, I am not good at fighting head-on. What I am good at is the Tao of formation. Marquis Duanyu said. Good at formation? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Marquis Duanyu, you mean you can break the clan-protecting formation of the nine-tailed clan? Marquis Duanyu just smiled and said nothing. It's not that simple. Shower frowned and said, as far as I know, there was an expert who reached the peak of the formation Tao in the divine beginning realm. He stayed outside the clan-protecting formation of the nine-tailed clan for 100 years, but he couldn't find any clues, let alone break it. Marquis Duanyu, you may be good at formations, but to break the clan-protecting formation of the nine-tailed clan, I'm afraid. Haha, looks like Miss Shower doesn't really believe me. Marquis Duanyu smiled, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he continued to smile. Miss Shower, I know that the nine-tailed clan's protective array is a complete 5-element array. It contains the fusion power of the 5 great laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming a perfect formless array that can be used to attack or defend. It's extremely terrifying. The person who created this formation must have surpassed an ordinary ruler. Of course, it's not easy to break such a formation. Those so-called formation masters in the divine beginning realm. To put it bluntly, they haven't really roamed the universe battlefield or understood the formation in the universe. These people can't even be considered as the threshold of the formation. But I'm different. I don't know much about the arrays in the divine beginning realm, but I've studied those arrays in the universe battlefield. There are many complete arrays in the universe. Not only these 5 elements arrays, but there are also some special arrays that are higher in level than the 5 element arrays. I've studied them and even tried to crack them. It's not a difficult task. Although Marquis Duanyu was still gentle and refined, his words were filled with absolute confidence and even pride. Jian Wushuang and Shower could not help looking at him with surprise. At this moment, Axe One Master said, "Don't worry, I can guarantee that no one in the divine beginning realm can compare to Marquis Duanyu in terms of formations, especially those that are passed down in the universe battlefield. If there is only one person in the divine beginning realm who can break your 5 elemental formation, Marquis Duanyu is the only one. Moreover, in order to ensure that there will be no accidents, Palace Master asked us to wait for a special supreme treasure." "What supreme treasure?" Shao asked. "The realm-breaking talisman is a supreme treasure passed down in the universe. All formations below the level of an Earth Saint cannot hide from it. As for the 5 elemental formation of the Nine-Tailed Clan, it can only reach the level of an Earth Saint when it is at its strongest. As for now, it is not even an Earth Saint level." With Marquis Duanyu's understanding of the Tao formation and the realm-breaking talisman, it should be easy for him to break the 5 elemental formation of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Axe One Master said with a smile. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang and Shower's eyes lit up. "In that case, I'll rely on you in the magic formation," Shower said. "My purpose is to break the formation. As for the battle between you and the Nine-Tailed Clan, I don't intend to interfere," Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. "That's not a problem," Shower said with a smile. "Well, since we can solve the 2 most troublesome problems, we can discuss when we are ready to fight," Jian Wushuang said. "We have declared war on the Nine-Tailed Clan, so we must fight to the death with them. The Nine-Tailed Clan naturally knows this. We are all ready, but I'm afraid the Nine-Tailed Clan is not ready yet. Let's take advantage of the fact that they are not fully prepared," Shower said seriously. Chapter 3460. The army arrived immediately. "If that's the case, then I'll ask Miss Shower to gather the experts as soon as possible," Marquis Duanyu said. "The experts of our Divine Moon Palace have long been prepared. Now we're only waiting for the experts of the Howling Demon Clan, the Scarlet Gold Clan, and the Blood Marten Clan to arrive," Shower said. Very soon, the Howling Demon Clan, the Scarlet Gold Clan, and the Blood Marten Clan, which had been completely controlled by Shower, as well as the Blood Marten Clan, which had formed an alliance with the Divine Moon Palace, arrived. Of the 3 top clans, the Howling Demon Clan and the Scarlet Gold Clan were both extremely powerful. This time, upon receiving Shower's orders, they sent out more than 10 principals, masters from the 2 top clans. The Blood Marten Clan was slightly weaker, but they had also sent out 6 principals, masters. However, the Divine Moon Palace's own power was even more terrifying. All the principals, masters in the Divine Moon Palace, including nearly 20 of them, had also come out in full force. In the vast void, numerous experts could be seen floating in the air. At a glance, there were nearly 50 of them, and all of them were principals, masters, not to mention Jian Wushuang. The strength of nearly 50 principals, masters, was too strong. Although the Nine-Tailed Clan is a celestial race, there are only about 30 principals, masters in total. They are far inferior to our camp. As for the top experts, we have 5 experts of the 6 void realms, including Demon Master Chinhua, Lord Su, Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master. We are also far stronger than them. We will definitely win this battle. Shower's eyes lit up. Let's go. With Shower's order, many experts from the Divine Moon Palace's camp headed straight for the Nine-Tailed Clan. The atmosphere in the Nine-Tailed Clan was very tense. "Mother, We have already sent out invitations to all the solitary experts and forces who have benefited from our nine-tailed clan. Some experts have agreed to rush over. Now, 5 principals, masters have arrived in the tribe. The rest will arrive soon. Du stood respectfully in the hall. At the very top of the great hall, there was a luxurious woman dressed in a fiery red robe. This woman looked much more beautiful than Du, only slightly more mature. She sat there quietly, her fingers tapping on the armchair. Her gaze was lazy as she scanned the area below her. Everyone who was caught by her gaze, including the 2 experts of the 5th level of the void, could not help but lower their heads. This gorgeous woman in a fiery red robe was the current clan leader of the nine-tailed clan, Ding. What else? An indifferent voice came out from the gorgeous woman's mouth. Although the nine-tailed clan was already in an extremely tense atmosphere due to the Divine Moon Palace's direct declaration of war, as a clan leader, Ding appeared very languid and calm. There's also the Dark Clan. Among the 4 great divine clans, our nine-tailed clan has the best relationship with the Dark Clan. Many years ago, the clan encountered some unforeseen circumstances, and our nine-tailed clan once lent a helping hand. Therefore, our nine-tailed clan has sought the help of the Dark Clan this time. The clan leader of the Dark Clan has also promised to lend a helping hand to our nine-tailed clan. Moreover, we are already starting to worry about the experts. It won't be long before many experts of the Dark Clan arrive, said Du. Upon hearing this, the elders of the nine-tailed clan heaved a sigh of relief. The Dark Clan was one of the 4 great divine clans. In terms of strength, they were slightly stronger than the nine-tailed clan. If the Dark Clan was willing to lend a hand, it would naturally be of great help to the nine-tailed clan. If the Dark Clan were to lend a hand, the Divine Moon Palace alone would not be able to do anything to the nine-tailed clan. Back then, the nine-tailed clan did help the Dark Clan. Now that the Dark Clan has helped the nine-tailed clan, we have to return the favor. If we use this favor now, we won't be able to do it again in the future, Ding said calmly. That's right. However, the threat of the Divine Moon Palace is too great. We can only use this favor for now, Du said. In addition to the Dark Clan, I have also negotiated with the experts of the 3 Saint Realms. Oh! Ding's expression finally changed. He looked down and asked, What did the 3 Saint Realms say? It's very strange. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Sword Marquis is standing with the Divine Moon Palace this time. Given the enmity between the 3 Saint Domains and the Heavenly Sword Marquis, since the Heavenly Sword Marquis has already intervened, the 3 Saint Realms should also intervene. Even if they can't do anything to the Heavenly Sword Marquis, they shouldn't let the Heavenly Sword Marquis succeed. I negotiated with the experts of the 3 Saint Realms. I thought they would agree to help, but in the end, Du frowned. They didn't agree? Asked Ding. Yes, not only did they not agree, but they also said that the fight between the forces and clans in the Demon Realm had nothing to do with the 3 Holy Realms. They didn't mention anything about Heavenly Sword Marquis, said Du. It's normal. The real purpose of the 3 Holy Realms is to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. They have already attacked once before, and the 3 Masters of the Saint Realm have all appeared at the same time, but they still failed to kill him. Under such circumstances, they won't attack again so soon. At least, they won't easily deal with Heavenly Sword Marquis before they have absolute confidence. But once they are ready to attack, the time for Heavenly Sword Marquis to die will come, said Ding with a smile. Mother, are you saying that the 3 great Saint Realms are preparing a great killing weapon to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis? But they have even personally attacked the 3 great Saint Realm Masters. Do they have any more powerful methods? Du frowned. Don't underestimate the 3 great Saint Realms. Don't forget that the will of the Heavenly Tao stands behind the 3 great Saint Realms. Their methods are not what you can imagine. Ding smiled. Forget it. Even if the 3 Saint Realms aren't willing to take action, As long as the Dark Clan is willing to lend a helping hand and the experts invited by our Nine-Tailed Clan to help, there's no need to fear the Divine Moon Palace. Mother is right. Diyu nodded respectfully, but right at this moment, Diyu's expression suddenly changed. Many principals, masters of the Nine-Tailed Clan in the hall were also shocked. What's wrong? De-ing looked down. Mother, the experts of the Divine Moon Palace have arrived. Diyu said seriously. Oh, so soon? De-ing could not help but look surprised, but then he smiled. Yes, the people of the Divine Moon Palace are very smart. They know that our Nine-Tailed Clan is not fully prepared. The experts invited and the reinforcements of the Dark Clan haven't arrived yet, so they want to take the opportunity to attack our Nine-Tailed Clan directly. You think well, but the truth is not that easy. Diyu sneered. Let's go out and take a look together. Da-ing waved his hand, but he had already disappeared into the hall. Chapter 3467, Attracting Attention in the Void outside the ancestral land of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Numerous figures were gathered there. Each of these figures was emitting a magnificent and tyrannical aura. Any one of these auras had already reached the level of a principal's master. Nearly 50 principals' masters were gathered together, and the pressure formed made the members of the Nine-Tailed Clan, who had already seen the scene here, unable to breathe. So many principals' masters, this Divine Moon Palace is really powerful. De-ing had already arrived at the void at the edge of the clan land. He could not help but sigh when he saw the scene outside the clan land. It seems that the outside world has produced many talented people during the years I've been in seclusion. A heavenly sword marquis and a mere immortal saint had turned the divine beginning realm upside down. And now there's someone who has condensed such a powerful force in such a short period of time. Mother, the reason why the Divine Moon Palace could rise so quickly is that they used some unknown method to directly control the Howling Demon Clan and the Scarlet Gold Clan. The method used by the Divine Moon Palace is similar to soul control or enchantment. However, we don't know what exactly it is, said Diyu. If they really rely on soul control or enchantment, it's really amazing. The Nine-Tailed Clan is also good at soul control and enchantment. I wonder if the person behind the Divine Moon Palace has something to do with the Nine-Tailed Clan. De-ing narrowed his eyes. At this moment, among the crowd outside, Axe 1 Master, Duanyu Marquis, and Star Saint Master had already appeared at the front. Even though the three of them had concealed their auras, De-ing was a peak expert of the 6 states of the void, so he naturally sensed the existence of these 3 people at the first moment. What's going on? Didn't they say that there is only one expert of the 6 states of the void in the Divine Moon Palace, and there are only 2 experts of the 6 states of the void who have been following Heavenly Sword Marquis all this time? But why are there a total of 5 experts of the 6 states of the void in front of us now? De-ying's expression had become solemn. 5 void 6th realm experts. The principals, masters of the surrounding Nine-Tailed Clan were shocked when they heard this. Impossible. There are only so many void 6th realm experts in the divine beginning realm. How could there be 3 void 6th realm experts in the Divine Moon Palace? Diyu said, Enzas are ro, why? Do you think my senses are wrong? De-ing glanced at Diyu. Diyu's body trembled, but her eyes were still filled with disbelief. 5 experts of the 6th level of the void. How can there be so many? He was not the only one. Even the principal's master of the Nine-Tailed Clan was panicking. After all, the Nine-Tailed Clan only had 2 experts of the 6th level of the void. Purely in terms of lineup, this Divine Moon Palace has nearly 20 more principals masters than our Nine-Tailed Clan. Even the top experts of the 6th level of the void are 3 more than us. In terms of overall combat strength, our Nine-Tailed Clan and the Divine Moon Palace are no longer in direct proportion. Now that the Divine Moon Palace is attacking head-on, they naturally have a high chance of winning. Our Nine-Tailed Clan is not suited to face them head-on, De-ing said. The surrounding elders nodded one after another. They could see that the gap between the two sides was too big. It would be foolish to fight them head-on. Let's wait. Although it's a little sullen, what we nine-tailed clan need to do now is to guard the ancestral land. We can't go out. With the five-element formation left by the ancestor, Divine Moon Palace can't attack. We can only wait here quietly for the reinforcements of the Dark World Clan. When the experts of the Dark World Clan arrive, we will be qualified to fight the Divine Moon Palace head-on, De Ying said. The experts of the Nine-Tailed Clan naturally obeyed De Ying's orders. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, Shower, and the others were standing together in the void. It seems that the Nine-Tailed Clan doesn't intend to fight. Jian Wushuang smiled. It's normal. There are no more than 30 principals, masters in the Nine-Tailed Clan. Besides, the auras of Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master can't be hidden from the clan leader. They know that there's a big gap between them and us. So, of course, they choose to avoid fighting. Shawa smiled. But this is also within our expectations. Duanyu Marquis, I leave the Nine-Tailed Clan's clan protection array to you. Shower glanced at Duanyu Marquis. It's not difficult to break the array, but I'm worried that during the process of breaking the array, the experts of the Nine-Tailed Clan will appear and disturb me. Duanyu Marquis said, That's simple. You can rest assured and go break the array. I'll think of a way to divert the attention of the Nine-Tailed Clan for you, so that no one will disturb you. Shower said, Haha, then I will go. Duanyu Marquis laughed and immediately headed toward the ancestral land of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Miss Shower, what method do you have to divert the attention of the Nine-Tailed Clan? Do you want us to attack them head-on? Axe One Master asked. I have my own methods. Just watch. Shower smiled and immediately rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of the Nine-Tailed Clan's ancestral land. She was only a few hundred meters away from the entrance of the Nine-Tailed Clan. The current Grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan come out and have a chat. Shower's voice was calm, but it spread throughout the entire void. Naturally, it also spread to the Nine-Tailed Clan. Who are you? Do you deserve to have a chat with my Grandmaster? A deep voice immediately sounded from within the Nine-Tailed Clan. This voice belonged to some of the 5 Void Realm Elders of the Nine-Tailed Clan. My name is Shower. I'm afraid that this name will be unfamiliar to your Nine-Tailed Clan. However, my current identity is the Divine Moon Palace's Palace Master. Shower said with a faint smile. What? Exclamations immediately sounded from within the Nine-Tailed Clan. They could see Shower's appearance through the 5 elements array formation. The latter looked like a little girl, but this little girl was actually the mysterious Palace Master of the Divine Moon Palace who possessed heaven-reaching means? The founder of the Divine Moon Palace? What kind of joke is this? The Palace Master of the Divine Moon Palace was able to establish the Divine Moon Palace on his own, and in just a few hundred years he led the Divine Moon Palace to such an extent. He could even compete with my Nine-Tailed Clan. How can such a method be compared to an ordinary person? Although the mysterious Palace Master of the Divine Moon Palace has never appeared before, according to my Nine-Tailed Clan's guess, the Palace Master of the Divine Moon Palace should be at least a 6th level Void Realm expert. But you are only at the 4th level of the Void Realm, and your aura isn't too dense. Clearly, you have just broken through not long ago, and you dare to pretend? The 5-level Void Realm Elder of the Nine-Tailed Clan shouted. Ha! I didn't expect that in the eyes of your Nine-Tailed Clan I have such great ability. Shower smiled, but then he said seriously, I am indeed the Palace Master of the Divine Moon Palace. It's easy to face him head-on. Lord Su, come here. Chapter 3468, The Bloodline of the Emperor Phoenix. After hearing the order, Su Zhu immediately came to Shower's side, respectfully. Kneel. Shower said softly. Su Zhu did not hesitate at all, and directly knelt down in front of the countless experts present. This scene caused the experts of the Nine-Tailed Clan to be extremely shocked. A powerful expert at the 6th level of the void actually kneeled before her in public. That person is Su Zhu. I've heard of him. It's said that he's a solitary expert with a proud personality. With his strength and personality, even if he's facing a Saint Realm Master or a Ruler Realm expert, he definitely wouldn't be like this. After all, a powerful expert at the 6th level of the void wouldn't completely disregard his dignity. Just what kind of method did that woman use to actually make an expert of the 6 states of the void be willing to become a slave? The principals, masters of the Nine-Tailed Clan were all discussing amongst themselves. How is it? Now, do I have the qualifications to talk to your Nine-Tailed Clan's Grandmaster? Shower said with a faint smile. Within the Nine-Tailed Clan, everyone's gazes turned toward Ding. Da-Ing waved her sleeve. Although her body did not move, in the void outside the ancestral land of the Nine-Tailed Clan, a strand of her consciousness had condensed and formed. Divine Moon Palace Master. Ying's voice was calm. You are the current Grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan? Your name should be Da-Ing, right? And your mother, the previous Grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan, is Dagu. Shower asked, So what if I am? Ying's expression was cold. It's nothing. I just think it's a little funny. I didn't expect that the most inconspicuous and ordinary-looking little fellow, Dagu, would become the clan leader in the end. Yu's taste isn't that good. Shower sneered, but after hearing Shower's words, Ying's gaze immediately turned cold. Who are you? How dare you call my mother a little fellow? Ying's heart was already filled with anger. Dagu was her mother, the previous clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan. As for Yu, that was her grandmother, the previous clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Many years ago, Yu passed the position of clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan to her mother, Dagu. Subsequently, her mother, Dagu, passed the position of clan leader to her. Although there were only 2 generations between them in reality, as a member of a celestial race, each generation of the Nine-Tailed Clan had an extremely long time to pass on the inheritance. A clan leader usually had an extremely long period of time in office. 100 to 200 million years could only be considered short. It was usually 400 to 500 million years. For example, from the time she took over the position of clan leader until now, it had already been more than 200 million years. However, this Divine Moon Palace Master who appeared out of nowhere actually mentioned her mother, and even her grandmother the moment she opened her mouth. Moreover, she even called her mother a little fellow? Da-Ing, you don't have to be angry. I call that Dagu a little fellow, so I naturally have the qualifications. Because if we were to really talk about seniority, Dagu would have to call me aunt. Even you would have to call me aunt. Shower said with a smile. What? Everyone in the Nine-Tailed Clan was shocked. Even Da-Ing was shocked. What? You don't believe me? Shower smiled. Da-Ing listened carefully. Shower is only my name in this life. However, countless years ago, my real name was Daji. As the clan leader, have you ever heard of this name? Shower said seriously. Daji? Ying's pupils constricted at first. Then, as if he had thought of something, his body trembled and his expression changed drastically. Daji? You are the Daji who fought with grandmother for the position of clan leader back then? As soon as he said that, Da-Ing immediately shook his head. Impossible, Daji, that person is someone from who knows how many years ago. He is even older than grandmother. Moreover, this Daji had already been executed for betraying my Nine-Tailed Clan back then. How could she still be alive? Even if she really survived with this Dajis talent, she should have at least reached the 6th level of the void. How could she have just stepped into the 4th level of the void like you? Ying's cold voice reverberated in the world. She absolutely did not believe that the person in front of her was the same Daji from back then. It was not just her. Everyone in the Nine-Tailed Clan also did not believe it. Daji, although it had been a long time since she was born, she was once a prominent figure in the Nine-Tailed Clan. She was even a strong competitor for the nine-tailed clan leader position. Her talent and reputation were shocking. Even now, many people in the nine-tailed clan knew of her existence, because they did not believe that Shower was dodgy. However, Shower smiled in the face of the doubts of the nine-tailed clan members. I know you don't believe me, but I naturally have a way to prove it. First, it's this. Shower moved and a pure bloodline power rose from her body. This bloodline power originated from the nine-tailed clan's bloodline. Moreover, the purity of the bloodline immediately caused the many members of the nine-tailed clan to palpitate the moment it rose. When they saw the bloodline aura that rose from Shower's body, most of the tribe members could not help but feel a desire to submit in their hearts. This bloodline aura, De Ying's expression also changed drastically. Under the guidance of the bloodline aura, a blurry shadow that was so huge that it covered the entire void rose from behind Shower. This blurry shadow was silver-white in color. Only its head had a faint golden edge. Its huge body was extremely luxurious and beautiful. There were 9 silver-white tails behind it. These 9 tails were slightly raised. It made this figure look extremely beautiful. This is the body of the Emperor Phoenix. No one knew who was the first person in the nine-tailed clan to cry out in shock, and the next person to unite the nine-tailed clan was completely shaken. Is indeed the body of the Emperor Phoenix. The bloodline of the Emperor Phoenix. This is the supreme bloodline of our nine-tailed clan. Oh my God, Emperor Phoenix bloodline. Did our nine-tailed clan give birth to the Emperor Phoenix bloodline again? The nine-tailed clan was completely boiling. Emperor Phoenix bloodline. That was the supreme bloodline of the nine-tailed clan. Since the birth of the nine-tailed clan, the number of people who had the Emperor Phoenix bloodline that had been born over countless years were few and far between. This represented the highest nobility of the nine-tailed clan, the purest bloodline. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor Phoenix bloodline was the orthodox bloodline of the nine-tailed clan. One could become the leader of the nine-tailed clan, which was also the clan leader. After all, the Emperor Phoenix bloodline was not born in every era. In this era, De Ying, as the clan leader, did not have the Emperor Phoenix bloodline, including her mother. De Gu, however, as her grandmother, De Yu, was the one who possessed the Emperor Phoenix bloodline, as the orthodox bloodline. The chances of her descendants awakening the Emperor Phoenix bloodline in the future were extremely high. That was why De Ying was qualified to become the clan leader of the nine-tailed clan. Chapter 3469 was even more qualified in this generation. No one from the nine-tailed clan had awakened the Emperor Phoenix bloodline. But now, this divine Moon Palace master before them actually possessed the supreme Emperor Phoenix bloodline of their nine-tailed clan. Furthermore, this divine Moon Palace had directly led many experts to attack the nine-tailed clan. This shocked the nine-tailed clan to an unprecedented level. Emperor Phoenix bloodline. So what if you have Emperor Phoenix bloodline? It's not like our nine-tailed clan doesn't have Emperor Phoenix bloodline in history. Who knows what method you used to obtain my Emperor Phoenix bloodline? Who knows? It might be our nine-tailed clan's enemy who secretly used a special method to possess our nine-tailed clan members. De Ying shouted sternly. Many members of the nine-tailed clan were startled awake after hearing these words. That's right, just the Emperor Phoenix bloodline alone could not prove anything. Furthermore, it could not prove Shower's identity. Just the Emperor Phoenix bloodline alone cannot prove it. What about this move? Shower smiled strangely. The moment she revealed her smile, in the eyes of the enormous nine-tail void behind her, 2 light purple rays suddenly flashed. These 2 light purple rays were extremely dazzling. They were like 2 purple stars that instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. At the instant everyone saw these light purple rays, obscure energy swept over. Within the nine-tailed clan, countless members of the tribe raised their heads and looked at the eyes of the nine-tailed void figure that were emitting light purple rays. Their gazes gradually became misty, becoming dull, and forgetting themselves. Even many principals, masters of the nine-tailed clan, revealed the same expression. They were all attracted by the gaze of the nine-tailed phantom, and those who were also attracted by the gaze of the nine-tailed phantom, but did not immerse themselves in it, were only the extremely powerful principals, masters of the nine-tailed clan. However, although these principals' masters were not attracted by that gaze, the shock in their hearts was even greater at this moment. Could this be nine-life succubus heavenly technique? Yes, it's the supreme secret technique of our nine-tailed clan. Nine-life succubus heavenly technique. The supreme divine ability of the succubus heavenly technique. The supreme treasure of our nine-tailed clan. Ever since our nine-tailed clan obtained this secret technique, no one has been able to truly master the secret technique. But now, what she is using is definitely the nine-life succubus heavenly technique. And just by looking at it, even the principal's masters cannot help but be affected. This clearly shows that she has completely mastered the nine-life succubus heavenly technique. Could this divine Moon Palace master really be that Deji from back then? Numerous gazes were fixed on Shower. The principal's masters, who were initially filled with doubts about Shower's identity, had now begun to waver in their hearts. Da-ing and everyone from the nine-tailed clan, you should be able to believe it now, right? Shower stood in front of the nine-tailed phantom with an indifferent expression. Her voice was like a bewitching charm as it reverberated through the world. Back then, the nine-tailed clan actually gave birth to two owners of the Emperor Phoenix bloodline at the same time. One of them was me, and the other was your grandmother, Diyu. Originally, your grandmother, Diyu, was far inferior to me in terms of strength, talent, seniority. I was publicly acknowledged as the first successor of the nine-tailed clan back then. However, it was a pity that Diyu's mother, who was also the clan leader of the nine-tailed clan at that time, Dashi, was selfish. In order for Diyu to smoothly become the new clan leader of the nine-tailed clan, she tried every means to make things difficult for me in the clan back then. However, I dodged all of them one by one. But later, the 4 divine races and the 8 directions celestial sect joined forces with the 3 holy regions to attack the 7 stars mysterious sect. Because I was already engaged to Shur Sendi, the leader of the 7 stars mysterious sect, does she scheme to say that I had betrayed the nine-tailed clan and secretly executed me? Fortunately, I was lucky enough to comprehend the 9 lives charming heaven spell before I died. I entered the path of reincarnation and began my reincarnation. After that, I experienced 9 reincarnations and 9 experiential journeys. I finally mastered the 9 lives charming heaven spell and began my journey of revenge. Unfortunately, the 9 reincarnations took too long. In this life, that Dashi had already gone to the cosmic battlefield. Her descendants, Diyu and Dagu, had also left one after another, leaving the position of clan leader to Yu Ding. And today, I came here to take back what originally belonged to me. I want to retake control of the nine-tailed clan. Anyone who dares to disobey me in the nine-tailed clan will be killed without mercy. Da-ing, if you are sensible, you can give up your position as the clan leader now and bring your daughters out of the divine beginning realm to the universe battlefield. I can consider the fact that we are from the same race, so I won't bother with your grudges in the past. But if you are stubborn, I will attack the nine-tailed clan directly. At that time, not only will the nine-tailed clan suffer, even you and your daughters won't be able to live. Shower's voice carried a somber killing intent as it reverberated throughout the world. The nine-tailed clan members who heard this immediately went into an uproar. One had to know that they had previously thought that the Divine Moon Palace was the enemy of the nine-tailed clan, and that there was no way to resolve it with their nine-tailed clan. Both sides had to fight to the death, and since that was the case, they were prepared to fight to the death. But now, they knew that the Divine Moon Palace was not the enemy of the nine-tailed clan. Instead, the Divine Moon Palace Master was a member of the nine-tailed clan. It was only because the Nine-Tailed Clan had mistreated her previously that she was here to seek justice, to take back control of the Nine-Tailed Clan. This immediately made many Nine-Tailed Clan members waver. After all, to most clan members, no matter who became the Nine-Tailed Clan's tribe leader, it did not matter much. And what Shower wanted was the Nine-Tailed Clan's clan leader position, and she did indeed have the qualifications to do so, possessing the Emperor Phoenix bloodline, and even mastering the Nine Lives Succubus Heaven technique that no one in the Nine-Tailed Clan had ever mastered. The only flaw might be that her current strength was slightly weaker, but for her to be able to, she had created a divine moon palace that was so terrifying that even her overall strength surpassed that of the Nine-Tailed Clan. One could only imagine how formidable her methods were. All in all, Shower was more qualified than Daing to become the Nine-Tailed Clan leader. Since Shower was more qualified to become the Nine-Tailed Clan leader, it was not justified for her to become the Nine-Tailed Clan leader. Moreover, if Shower became the clan leader, not only would she be able to avoid a life-and-death battle, but she would also be able to become the Nine-Tailed Clan leader. Moreover, Shower would definitely merge the Divine Moon Palace into the Nine-Tailed Clan. In this way, the Nine-Tailed Clan's overall strength would also receive an unprecedented increase. This would be of great benefit to the Nine-Tailed Clan. After understanding this point, many members of the Nine-Tailed Clan were gradually leaning toward Shower's side. Chapter 30, 470 Suppression. The Nine-Tailed Clan was in an uproar. Countless members of the Nine-Tailed Clan were discussing Shower's Emperor Phoenix bloodline and the Nine-Life Heavenly Charms technique. And just as many people began to lean toward Shower, a principal's master suddenly knelt down. Elder Delon of the Nine-Tailed Clan welcomes the return of Grandmaster Deji to retake control of the Nine-Tailed Clan. The principal's master's voice was so loud that it directly drowned out the voices of everyone present. It did not only reverberate throughout the entire Nine-Tailed Clan, it also reverberated throughout the entire world. For a moment, countless members of the Nine-Tailed Clan focused their gazes on this principal's master. Delon, are you crazy? We haven't even confirmed whether this person is really the original Deji. How can you say such a thing? Diyu was the first to rebuke. However, the principal's master's Delon said in a deep voice, I'm not crazy. I'm just being realistic. Grandmaster Deji was a figure from the era of Grandmaster Diyu. Not only does she have the bloodline of the Emperor Phoenix, but she has also cultivated the Nine Lives Charming Heaven technique that no one in our Nine-Tailed Clan has ever mastered. No one in our Nine-Tailed Clan can compare with her in these two aspects. The Nine-Tailed Clan has always valued bloodlines above all else. Grandmaster Deji is naturally more qualified than Daing to be the Grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Promise me, if I were you, for the sake of the Nine-Tailed Clan, I would take the initiative to offer the position of Grandmaster and hand the Nine-Tailed Clan over to Grandmaster Deji. Not only would I be able to avoid a great war, but I would also be able to increase the strength of the Nine-Tailed Clan to an unprecedented level. This is truly for the good of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Shut up. Diyu was furious. As for Daing, his face turned gloomy. Diyu, everything I said is for the good of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Even if you kill me, I will say it out loud and make Daing hand over the position of tribe leader so that Grandmaster Deji can take control of the Nine-Tailed Clan again. This is the best choice for the Nine-Tailed Clan. Delon added. After he finished speaking, he was supported by many clansmen around him. Yes, in the clan motto, above bloodline, Daing does not possess the bloodline of Emperor Phoenix, so she cannot be compared to Grandmaster Deji. Furthermore, Grandmaster Deji has mastered the Nine Lives Succubus Heaven technique. She is more qualified than anyone else to be the new clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan. I also support Grandmaster Deji. Grandmaster Daing, for the sake of our Nine-Tailed Clan, please hand over the position of Grandmaster. More and more clansmen began to speak. Among them, there was no lack of principals masters. For a moment, Many people agreed with them. Crazy, you're all crazy. Dalan, do you know what you're doing? Shut up, all of you shut up. In the Nine-Tailed Clan, there were also many experts who were not swayed and still followed Ding. At this moment, they all stood out. This was equivalent to two voices coming from within the Nine-Tailed Clan. One was to ask Ding to hand over the position of clan leader, so that Shower could control the Nine-Tailed Clan. The other was naturally following Ding as usual. The two voices appeared within the Nine-Tailed Clan at the same time, causing the Nine-Tailed Clan to fall into complete chaos. In the void outside the Nine-Tailed Clan, many experts from the Divine Moon Palace's camp were still standing there, their gazes looking forward. Although they could not see what was happening in the Nine-Tailed Clan's ancestral land because of the protective array, they could hear the chaotic voices coming from inside the Nine-Tailed Clan. Obviously, the Nine-Tailed Clan was now in a complete mess. It was a complete mess. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in admiration. Miss Shower's methods are really impressive. She revealed her identity at the gate of the Nine-Tailed Clan's ancestral land, causing chaos in the Nine-Tailed Clan. If I'm not wrong, the first person who said she would support her to regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Dalan, should be the expert she secretly controlled. Shower had previously said that she controlled some people in the Nine-Tailed Clan, but the status of the people she controlled was not too high. As in now, this Dalan was only a void second-level principal's master, but it was this kind of person who had played a huge role at the crucial moment, causing the Nine-Tailed Clan to be in complete chaos. This Miss Shower's methods are indeed brilliant, but this world still relies on strength to speak. And in the Nine-Tailed Clan, in terms of pure strength, the clan leader, Ding, is naturally the strongest. It's impossible for this Miss Shower to disintegrate the Nine-Tailed Clan just like that and make that Ding obediently hand over the position of clan leader. If nothing goes wrong, it won't be long before the voice of support for Shower in the Nine-Tailed Clan will be suppressed, said Demon Master Chenhua. That's for sure. However, when Ding suppressed Dalan and the others and completely suppressed the voice, Duanyu Marquis was not affected at all. When the Nine-Tailed Clan has calmed down, the magic array will have been broken. Miss Shower's goal has been achieved. Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew very well that Shower's original intention was not to make Ding hand over the position of clan leader, nor was it to disintegrate the Nine-Tailed Clan from the inside. Her real purpose was to attract the attention of the Nine-Tailed Clan, and by time for Marquis Duanyu to break the array so that the Nine-Tailed Clan would not notice and disturb Marquis Duanyu. From the looks of it, now, Shower had indeed completely attracted the attention of the Nine-Tailed Clan. As time passed, the voice of support for Shower from the Nine-Tailed Clan was gradually suppressed. But at this moment, Marquis Duanyu had already returned to Shower's side. How is it? Shower glanced at Marquis Duanyu. I have underestimated this 5 elements array. Although I have understood this array before, it is still quite difficult to truly crack it. Fortunately, with the assistance of the realm-breaking talisman, I was able to crack this 5 elements array. Right now, I have already infiltrated most of the 5 elements array, but the Nine-Tailed Clan and their race spirit did not sense it at all. Next, as long as Miss Shower gives the order, I will be able to instantly crack this array. Duanyu Marquis said confidently. That's great. Thank you, Duanyu Marquis. Shower was obviously excited. It's nothing. Duanyu Marquis smiled. Shower nodded and took a step forward. Her cold voice echoed in the air. Ding, have you thought about whether you want to hand over the position of clan leader or me? Haha, Divine Moon Palace Master. Your methods of bewitching people are indeed impressive. However, to think that you can control my Nine-Tailed Clan with such a trivial trick is a little too whimsical. If you really have the ability, just do it. No matter what tricks your Divine Moon Palace has, my Nine-Tailed Clan will take it. Ying's laughter echoed through the world. Chapter 3471, Destroying the Dead. At this moment, the Nine-Tailed Clan had completely calmed down. Da-ing had also used her lightning-fast methods to control the nine-tailed clan into an iron plate. She was not afraid of Shower's bewitchment at all. Da-ing, this is your own choice. In that case, you can't blame me, Shower said coldly. There's no point in talking nonsense. If you have the ability, just bring your men and attack directly, Da-ing said. Hee, Da-ing, it seems that you're very confident in the nine-tailed clan's protective array. That's right. After all, it's a 5-element array obtained from the universe battlefield. Under normal circumstances, unless a sage realm master or a ruler-level powerhouse comes personally, it's impossible to break it. Unfortunately, there are exceptions to everything. Today, I want you to see how this protective array was broken. Shower smiled coldly. Marquis Duanyu, let's do it. Marquis Duanyu had already made full preparations. After Shower's signal, he smiled faintly and waved his hand, causing a green token to fly toward the array in front of him. This green token was the realm-breaking token. Realm-breaking token? Da-ing saw this green token in the array and recognized it at a glance. However, she still smiled lightly. So what if there is a realm-breaking token? Do you think that just because someone said so, this array can be, before Da-ing could finish her words, she suddenly stopped. That was because she had already noticed that after the realm-breaking talisman entered the formation, the originally indestructible clan-protecting formation began to tremble crazily at this moment. The entire formation was trembling violently as if it was on the verge of collapse. At the same time as the nine-tailed clan's clan leader, Da-ing also received a message from the formation spirit at the first moment. This message told her that someone had used a great method to infiltrate the inner part of the formation and had already broken most of it. Now that the realm-breaking talisman had been used, the formation could not withstand it and was about to collapse. How is this possible? This is the strongest formation of our nine-tailed clan. How could it be broken by someone? Da-ing's expression changed drastically. She did not believe that the strongest formation of the nine-tailed clan could be broken by someone. But the truth was in her eyes. Rumble. A violent rumble suddenly came from the array formation. Following that, the 5 elements array formation that covered the entire nine-tailed clan began to collapse. The 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, scattered crazily. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements array formation that the nine-tailed clan was proud of completely collapsed. And the nine-tailed clan was completely exposed in front of the many experts of the Divine Moon Palace camp. Da-ing, don't you just want to trap and guard this array formation and wait for the experts of the dark world to arrive? Do you think I don't know? Shower sneered, but unfortunately this array formation has already been broken. You won't be able to wait for the experts of the dark world to arrive either. Those who belong to the Divine Moon Palace, charge in. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Shower's voice was solemn. Previously, no matter if it was to deal with the Howling Demon Clan or the Scarlet Gold Clan, Shower had given orders to keep the experts of the other party as long as possible so as to facilitate her control and strengthen her own side. But now, facing the nine-tailed clan, Shower displayed an unprecedented killing intent. It was clear that she did not want to rely on her charm to control the experts and clansmen of the nine-tailed clan. Instead, she wanted to completely wipe out the entire nine-tailed clan through a bloody massacre. Then, she would take control of it and make the nine-tailed clan truly submit to her. The nature of these two were completely different. Hearing Shower's order, the numerous principals, masters of the Divine Moon Palace camp instantly moved. Hum, 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 hum. One after another, incomparably powerful auras soared into the sky. Nearly 50 principals, masters, either transformed into a sea of fire, shrouded in boundless darkness, or like blades or sharp blades, directly charging into the nine-tailed clan. A terrifying aura that was like a raging wave completely enveloped and suppressed the nine-tailed clan. The nine-tailed clan was in a complete uproar. The expressions of the nine-tailed clan members changed drastically when they saw the principal's masters swarming over like wasps. They knew very well that the nine-tailed clan could not compare to the Divine Moon Palace in terms of overall strength. The only thing they could rely on was the nine-tailed clan's clan protection array. However, they did not expect the clan protection array to be broken by the Divine Moon Palace. Without the protection of the array, the experts of the Divine Moon Palace directly charged over. How could they resist? Quick, stop them! No matter what price we have to pay, we must stop them. Low cries rang out one after another. Even though they knew that there was a huge difference in the battle strength between the upper echelons of the two sides, the masters of rules of the nine-tailed clan still tried their best to meet them, wanting to stop the experts of the Divine Moon Palace. However, the principal's masters who chose to meet them were only a part of them. There was still a part of them. Previously, they were only forced by the Ying suppression and then placed their hopes on the clan protection array. But now that the clan protection array was broken, this part of the experts immediately understood the situation in front of them. Hence, they gave up on resisting and did not attack. The people of the Divine Moon Palace also listened to Shower's orders. As long as they did not resist, they would not attack them. As a result, there was no way to resist the power of Divine Moon Palace in front of the experts of Divine Moon Palace. It was completely one-sided. It's as easy as crushing a dead branch. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void outside the nine-tailed clan. He looked calmly at everything in front of him. He also understood that since the protection formation of the nine-tailed clan had been forced, moreover, when two different voices emerged in the chaos of the nine-tailed clan, he knew that there was almost no suspense in this battle. If there was only one suspense, it would be De Ying. After all, De Ying is an expert at the peak of the 6 realms of the void. It's not easy to deal with him. Qinhua, go. If you don't help, no one in the Divine Moon Palace camp will be able to stop him, Jian Wushuang said. He had already seen De Ying fight with Axe 1 Master and Star Saint Master. Although they were fighting 1 against 2, De Ying still had the upper hand. There was nothing he could do. Although Axe 1 Master and Star Saint Master were both at the 6 void realms, they were still far from the peak of the 6 void realms. If they joined hands, they could barely fight against De Ying. What about you? Will you fight in this battle? Demon Master Qinhua glanced at Jian Wushuang slowly. Of course, there are a few acquaintances of mine in the nine-tailed clan. I have to greet them properly. Although Jian Wushuang was smiling, his smile was as cold as a blade. His eyes were already looking at the 2 people in the battlefield ahead. These 2 people were De Yu and De Su. Chapter 3472 De Yu in the nine-tailed clan. The 2 people who had dealt with Jian Wushuang were De Yu and De Su. When he was outside the Blood Wave realm, Jian Wushuang was already on the verge of death when he was surrounded and killed by the inescapable net of the 3 Saint Realms. However, at this critical moment, De Yu and De Su had rushed to the battlefield with a group of principals, masters of the nine-tailed clan. For him, it was like adding insult to injury. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive that battle. However, he would not forget the people who had attacked him. Although De Yu and De Su had wanted to avenge the nine-tailed clan saintess, he would not let them off since they were already in front of him. The battle within the nine-tailed clan was at its climax. Many experts from the Divine Moon Palace were trying their best to eliminate the resistance of the nine-tailed clan. Meanwhile, Demon Master Qinhua had already stopped De Ying. With the help of Axe 1 Master and Star Saint Master, they had also suppressed De Ying. At this moment, Jian Wushuang made his move. He ignored the principals, masters of the nine-tailed clan, and went straight to the center of the battlefield, appearing in front of De Yu. De Yu, do you still remember me? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. It's you. Seeing Jian Wushuang, De Yu's eyes immediately turned scarlet. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how dare you appear in front of me? Why not? Jian Wushuang smiled. Now, your nine-tailed clan is in great danger. Your mother, including you, is still in danger. Why do you still want to avenge the 9 palace saintess? Humph, you killed my 6th sister. This is irreconcilable. Diyu shouted in a low voice. Well, I'll give you a chance now. Let's fight to the death here. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent. He glanced at the 3 principals, masters, from the Divine Moon Palace camp. Leave Diyu to me. You don't have to interfere. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, do you want a fair fight with her? Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, she's not weak. She's relatively strong among the 4 void realms. You have to be careful if you fight with her. Yes, the 3 of us have been attacking her for so long, but we still can't do anything to her. It shows her strength. The principals, masters of Divine Moon Palace, said one after another. Don't worry. I know what to do, Jian Wushuang said. Seeing this, the 3 principals masters did not say anything more. They immediately retreated to the side to deal with the experts of the other 9-tailed clan. Diyu, no one will be in our way now. Make your move, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, since you want to die, you can't blame me. Diyu's eyes were cold, emitting a cold light. No need to talk nonsense. Bring out all your strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent, and the way he looked at Diyu was also extremely cold. Diyu's aura was slightly heavy, but suddenly a fierce light flashed in her eyes. Swish! A stream of light flashed, and Diyu's figure disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang. You're quite fast. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. His soul perception could easily capture Diyu's position. Heavenly Sword Marquis Dai. A cold voice came from the void beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang turned around and saw that the void had been shattered, and Diyu emerged from it. At the same time, she was holding a long cyan spear in her hand. The long spear suddenly pierced through the void with a strange piercing force and rushed toward Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang was still standing there. When he saw the cyan long spear in front of him, he immediately sensed the strong power contained in the long sword. The piercing power of this spear was especially astonishing. Most importantly, at the moment the long spear came at him, a strange cyan light lit up in Diyu's eyes. The cyan light shot toward Jian Wushuang like a demonic charm and directly entered his body. Jian Wushuang's body shook slightly, but he immediately returned to normal. Enchantment. Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. Having lived 2 lives and experienced so many trials and tribulations, his heart had long been like a blade. Now, even if Shower used the 9-life heaven charm on him, it would be difficult for it to really affect him. Compared to Shower, Diyu's enchantment was far inferior. It could not affect Jian Wushuang at all. After easily withstanding the charm attack, Jian Wushuang unsheathed his Blood Mountain sword. Buzz! A surge of shocking sword essence suddenly rose up. With a murderous intent, it shot into the sky. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang struck out with his sword. Wushuang's sword manual, Shi Xiang. Whoosh! The huge blood-red sword light slashed out. Jian Wushuang had already activated his life divine power and even used his heaven-cleaving skill. The power of the sword reached its peak in an instant. Bang! The huge blood-red sword light smashed into the green spear with terrifying power. The green spear shook, and the terrifying impact made Diyu unable to hold the spear. The cyan spear was also sent flying. However, the power of the blood-red sword beam did not decrease as it continued to slash at Diyu's divine body. Although Diyu was a ruler of the laws of the 4th level of the void and a member of the 9-tailed clan, and her protective abilities were not ordinary, under the power of the blood-red sword beam, her divine body actually collapsed, and a large amount of divine power was annihilated on the spot. By the time her divine body recovered, her aura had weakened by nearly 40%. How is this possible? How can he destroy my divine body and destroy nearly 40% of my divine power with a single strike. Even an ordinary expert of the 5 void realms can't do this. Diyu was terrified. She did not know that Jian Wushuang's life, divine power, and heaven-cleaving skill, combined with his 3 parts of will, were indeed more powerful than ordinary experts of the 5 void realms. For example, in the divine ancestor Taoist sect, the Xian master of the nether ancestor lineage was an expert of the void 5 realms. He was considered an extremely powerful existence among the void 5 realms. But when it came to power, as long as Jian Wushuang used the heaven-cleaving skill, he would be no match for him. In other words, once Jian Wushuang used the heaven-cleaving skill at full strength, his power could barely reach the peak of the void 5 realms. An expert at the peak of the 5 void realms could not bear the power alone. It was normal for her to lose 40% of her divine power with one sword attack. If she were to fight against an expert at the bottom of the 4 void realms, with one sword attack, she could at least destroy half of her divine power and kill her opponent with another sword attack. As for the ordinary 2nd or 3rd void realm experts, Jian Wushuang could kill them with one move. Chapter 3473 Space-Time Illusion Kill. Diyu, is this your strongest strength? Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand and looked at Diyu coldly. You! Diyu widened her eyes and was speechless. An immortal saint destroyed her divine body and destroyed nearly 40% of her divine power with one sword? She could not accept this result. Your strength is too weak. It seems that you won't have a chance to avenge your 6th sister. Let me send you to reunite with your 6th sister. As Jian Wushuang spoke, a faint sword essence rose from his body. At the same time, a large amount of the power of space-time principles began to gather. Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of the battlefield, but at this moment his heart was unprecedentedly calm. It was as if all the sounds and people around him had disappeared, leaving him alone and the sword in his hand. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang moved. He took a step forward, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand fell down. As if he had teleported, he appeared behind Diyu, and no one saw how he passed through the void. Diyu was also completely stunned. She could clearly sense that her life force was running out, and more than 60% of her remaining divine power had been destroyed. How can it be so fast? Diyu murmured. You should be glad that it didn't take me long to comprehend this sword move. You should be proud that you were able to die under it. Jian Wushuang smiled and slowly sheathed the Blood Mountain sword. Diyu could not say a word. Her voice was completely cut off. But the strange thing was that, although she was dead, her divine body was still intact. There was only a small sword scar on her neck. However, this sword mark destroyed all her divine power in an instant and killed her on the spot. The sword mark was caused by the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just displayed. It was called the Instant of Life and Death. The Instant of Life and Death was a sword skill that Jian Wushuang had created in the Peerless Sword Manual. This sword skill was so fast that it could kill the opponent in an instant before the opponent had time to react. It could decide the opponent's life and death in an instant. This move was already very terrifying. However, with this move alone, even with Jian Wushuang's current strength, it was still impossible to destroy more than 60% of Diyes' divine power in an instant without any reaction space. It was impossible. The reason why Jian Wushuang could do this now was because he had perfectly combined the move of the Instant of Life and Death with the Space-Time Illusion Kill. The Space-Time Illusion Kill was the 4th move of the Space-Time Divine Skill. Its nature was almost the same as the Life and Death Instant, and it was also a divine ability that could kill an opponent at a terrifying speed in an instant. In the Temporal Temple, during the 300 years that Jian Wushuang had cultivated with the Temple Master, the Temple Master had instructed him to try to integrate the space-time illusion kill into the life and death instant. At that time, Jian Wushuang had also tried to do the same, but the process was very complicated and extremely difficult, so Jian Wushuang could only study it slowly. Over the years, he had been studying this unique move. Finally, during the days in the Divine Moon Palace, he had finally combined the space-time illusion kill with the moment of life and death. Now, when he fought with Diyu, it was the first time he had truly used this move. He had instantly killed Diyu, who still had more than 60% of his divine power left. The moment of life and death is one of the killing moves in the unparalleled sword scripture that I created. The space-time illusion kill is also an extremely terrifying killing move in the space-time divine skill. With the combination of the two, Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. The space-time divine skill was a supreme divine skill created by the temporal temple master. This divine skill was mainly used in some auxiliary means. It was a relatively different way of using space-time. For example, the heaven-designated skill was used to freeze space-time. The space-time annihilation was a large-scale annihilation method. The third move, space-time teleportation, was a life-saving divine skill. Each move was actually a special auxiliary means, but the fourth move was a real killing move, so it was naturally extraordinary. Unfortunately, although I have combined the space-time illusion kill with life and death, I am not very familiar with the combination process and have yet to reach the true power. With my current strength, perhaps the experts of the Void Fourth Realm won't have time to react, and their divine bodies will be cut by my sword. But if they are experts of the Void Fifth Realm, they might have a chance to react. Even if they can't keep up with my speed, they can still try their best to protect themselves, Jian Wushuang muttered. He was able to kill Diyu, who still had more than 60% of her divine power, mainly because she was not very strong. If he encountered an expert of the 5 Void Realms, it would not be easy for him to kill her with this move. But no matter what, Diyu was already dead. Then, Jian Wushuang went to look for Desu. Desu, your sister is dead. You should go with her. Jian Wushuang smiled, but there was a huge amount of killing intent condensed on his body. Desu was much weaker than Diyu, so there was no room for her to struggle in front of Jian Wushuang. In just a moment, Desu was also killed by Jian Wushuang after killing Diyu and Desu. Jian Wushuang left the battlefield and did not fight again. The war among the Nine-Tailed Clan was coming to an end. Most of the experts of the Nine-Tailed Clan either surrendered or gave up fighting, as long as a few of them were stubborn. Under the siege of the many experts from the Divine Moon Palace camp, they were directly killed. Even though their strength had reached the level of Principal's masters, it was very difficult to kill them. However, this was only in a one-on-one situation. However, if they were to face the siege of several experts and seal off space and time, there was no way out. These Principal's masters were naturally easy to kill. It could be said that the Nine-Tailed Clan was now completely under Xiao'er's control. However, Xiao'er still had the biggest problem that she had yet to solve. This problem was naturally that Da'ing, who had already reached the peak of the 6 states of the void, was also from the Nine-Tailed Clan. Even though he had not awakened the Emperor Phoenix bloodline, his bloodline level was only second to the Emperor Phoenix bloodline. His innate advantage and talent were extremely great in a one-on-one fight. Even the Demon Master Qinhua could not gain the slightest advantage against her. Even though the Demon Master Qinhua had the help of Axe One Master and Star Saint Master, she could only slightly suppress Ding. However, Diying's combat strength was still extremely abundant. Even though the entire Nine-Tailed Clan was now under Xiao'er's control, she did not. She was still fighting with her life on the line. Chapter 3474, Demon Master Qinhua and Da'ing bang. 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 Deafening booms rang out one after another. In the void above the Nine-Tailed Clan, on the main battlefield, a large area of space collapsed, then reassembled, then collapsed again. The spatial rifts that spread over hundreds of meters were devouring everything around them like a bloody mouth. The devouring power generated by such a huge spatial crack was enough to devour ordinary Principal's masters. The scale of this battle was too large and the power was too shocking. It was not something that ordinary Principal's masters could interfere with. Those who dared to enter this battlefield were at least at the 5th level of the void, and they only dared to stand at the edge. And in the center of this battlefield, the ones who were fighting were shockingly those super experts who had reached the 6th level of the void. At this moment, the 4 of them were working together to crazily attack Ding. Even though De Ying's strength was monstrous, facing the 4 of them working together, he still appeared to be in a rather miserable state. Another shocking rumble sounded, and a huge hole appeared in the sky. Nine-tailed clan leader, at this point, aren't you going to surrender? Axe One Master said coldly. Surrender? Haha, do you think the few of you are worthy? Da Ying laughed coldly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a blood-colored claw mark tore through the void and appeared in front of Axe One Master. Axe One Master immediately waved the huge axe in his hand to block this claw. As expected of the Nine-Tailed Clan, one of the Celestials, you have just reached the peak of the 6 states of the void not long ago. But with your innate advantage, the battle strength you unleashed is not inferior to mine at all. Demon Master Qinhua said calmly. Your strength is also impatient. Da Ying glanced at Demon Master Qinhua. Among the 4 people surrounding her, Demon Master Qinhua was the strongest and posed the greatest threat to her. I have been staying in a secluded, secret realm of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. After so many years, it has been a long time since I had a good fight with someone. Today, it is rare for me to meet a powerful opponent like you. I want to have a good fight, said Demon Master Qinhua. Bring it on. Da Ying was not afraid at all. The 3 of you, step aside first. Demon Master Qinhua glanced at Axe One Master and the other 2. Previously, he was worried that Demon Master Qinhua would not be able to completely restrict Da Ying alone, allowing Da Ying to go to other battlefields and heavily injure the Divine Moon Palace camp. But now, the war between the Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan had ended. The entire Nine-Tailed Clan was under Shower's control, leaving only Da Ying alone. In the face of such a situation, they were not afraid that Da Ying would stir up any more trouble. Since Demon Master Qinhua wanted to fight Da Ying alone, Axe One Master, Star Saint Master, and Su Zhu would naturally do as Demon Master Qinhua wished. As the 3 of them retreated, only Demon Master Qinhua and Da Ying were left on the main battlefield. Nine-Tailed Clan leader, I'm going to make my move. Demon Master Qinhua was still smiling, but the crimson gold glove on his hand began to emit a rich golden light. Sky God Annihilation. Demon Master Qinhua suddenly roared. He clenched his right hand, and instantly a brilliant golden light surged up, enveloping the entire world in a golden color, and the fist formed by his hand was like a huge golden sun. This golden sun was extremely dazzling, illuminating everything in the world. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, it suddenly attacked Da Ying in front. Da Ying narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked ahead, and the huge golden sun seemed to want to swallow her whole. And the terrifying power contained within the golden sun, she could naturally feel it very clearly. With a cold snort behind Da Ying, a gigantic 9-tailed phantom condensed out of thin air, and dense bloodline power burst out. Although this bloodline power was not as pure as Shower's Emperor Phoenix bloodline, it was not weak either. After the 9-tailed phantom appeared, a sharp whistle suddenly resounded through the void. Following that, Da Ying extended her palm, and the void in front of her exploded inch by inch. A scarlet-red light suddenly flashed out. Not only was the speed of this blood light terrifying, but the power it released in an instant was also extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, it collided head-on with the golden sun. When the 2 collided, instantly boom, the void shook violently, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. The entire 9-tailed clan also began to tremble crazily. The void in the center of the main battlefield had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a huge, boundless space black hole. This space black hole covered the entire battlefield, and a large amount of spatial turbulence was surging crazily. It gave people a suffocating pressure. When the spectators outside the battlefield, including many principals masters on the battlefield, saw this scene, they could not help but gasp and light up. In the middle of the battlefield, after the two forces collided, both the demon Master Chenhua and De Ying were pushed back at the same time. Both of them were pushed back a great distance by the powerful rebound force, and it was with great difficulty that they managed to regain their balance. Amazing! After the demon Master Chenhua regained his balance, his eyes emitted a bright light, and he let out a loud laugh. "You're also very strong. I think that after I broke through and got out of the divine beginning realm, other than Saint Realm Masters, there shouldn't be anyone else who could be my match. I didn't expect that I would meet you. In terms of cultivation base and the purity of power, you might be stronger than me. If it weren't for the innate advantage of the nine-tailed clan, I might not be your match," Deng added. "Haha, that's what makes it interesting." Demon Master Chenhua continued to laugh. "To be able to take my divine extinguisher head-on without being at a disadvantage, you are also qualified to take my strongest move." Strongest move? De Ying's pupils constricted. Jian Wushuang, who was watching the battle from outside the battlefield, as well as several experts from the Blood Marten clan, all understood. Demon Master Chenyuo's technique was extremely powerful. In terms of his ultimate move, although the divine extinguisher he had just used was extremely powerful and had almost destroyed the Blood Marten clan's clan-protecting array with one move, it was not his strongest move. His strongest move was Dragon God Destruction. It seems that Chenhua is going to use Dragon God Destruction. I've never seen this move before. I wonder how powerful it will be. Jian Wushuang was also looking forward to it. Everyone around the battlefield was also looking at Demon Master Chenhua. At this moment, Demon Master Chenyuo's aura was extremely calm, but under this calmness, a shocking power slowly rose. Chapter 3475 Dragon God Annihilation Boom. The void trembled, and a surging golden airwave suddenly swept out from the surroundings of Demon Master Chenhua. This golden airwave directly retreated into the surrounding void, and at this moment the power and aura that had gathered on Demon Master Chenyuo's body had also directly reached the peak. Dragon God Annihilation. The Demon Master Chenhua slowly spoke, and his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. All the power gathered into this fist. Then it directly blasted out. In an instant, golden light exploded, filling the entire world. Another huge golden sun appeared in this world. At a glance, this golden sun was no different from the golden sun formed when the demon Master Chenhua used the God Annihilation. However, there were so many experts present, and they could see the difference between these two golden suns with a glance. If the golden sun formed when the God Annihilation was used earlier was to devour and annihilate everything. However, the golden sun at this moment carried an unprecedented wild and violent strength. This wild and violent strength was as though the golden sun would explode at any moment. The Dragon God Annihilation contained this explosive strength. This punch. De Ying's eyes shrunk when she saw the golden sun in front of her. She was confident that she could block the golden sun earlier. However, the explosive force contained within the golden sun caused her heart to tremble. Humph! A cold snort sounded. De Ying also attacked. The huge, nine-tailed phantom was completely solidified at this moment. Following a sharp screech, the entire nine-tailed phantom stood up. Meanwhile, De Ying's face was also flushed red and was nearly distorted. Her body was also filled with power. Break! With a low shout, a huge blood-red stream of light descended from the sky and slashed toward the golden sun like a blade. Hua! The moment the blood-red stream of light touched the golden sun, it instantly shot into the golden sun. However, it was unable to completely split the golden sun apart. It was only trapped within the power contained within the flowing light was madly annihilating everything within the golden as sun. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the power within the golden sun had been annihilated by the blood-colored flowing light. However, the remaining power was still sweeping over. As the golden sun appeared in front of De-ing, boom! The golden sun directly exploded. The terrifying impact force formed by the explosion momentarily overshadowed the heavens and earth. The terrifying airwaves formed wave after wave of impact waves that spread out like rotten wood. De-ing, who was at the center of the battlefield, was naturally the first to receive the impact of the explosion. His entire body was also annihilated by the earth-shaking power. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook. This terrifying power continued for a long time before it slowly dissipated. When the power completely dissipated and the main battlefield was once again revealed, everyone immediately cast their gazes inside. In the center of the battlefield, Demon Master Chenhua was still standing there. Even though she had used up a lot of divine power and her aura was weaker than before, her overall combat power was still not affected much. As for De-ing, at this moment, her figure was in a bit of a sorry state. The robe on her body was obviously the transformation of a supreme treasure armor, but it was still torn, revealing her snow-white skin. At the same time, there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. As for the aura on her body, it was clearly weaker than before. Taking a direct hit from my Dragon God Annihilation, it was only a light injury, and the godly power consumed was probably only about 20%. Nine-tailed clan leader is indeed impressive. Demon Master Chenhua looked at De-ing and said calmly, I have just broken through to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the void space not long ago, and I have not had the time to perfect my absolute art, nor have I created the strongest absolute art. In this aspect, I am inferior to you, De-ing said in a deep voice as she stared at Demon Master Chenhua. Absolute arts were also a huge factor in the overall strength of the cultivator. Regardless of whether it was the immortal saint or the principal's master, once they reached a certain level, they would think of ways to create a certain level of absolute arts. Take the principal's master, for example. His absolute arts were also divided into many levels, from the most basic level 1, level 2, level 3 absolute arts to level 6 absolute arts. Under normal circumstances, when a principal's master reached the level of the 6 states of the void, he would create a level 6 absolute art. If his strength reached the peak level of the 6 states of the void, he would naturally be able to create a level 6 pinnacle absolute art. However, a level 6 pinnacle absolute art was not the highest level absolute art among the principal's masters. Above the level 6 pinnacle absolute art, there was another strongest absolute art. This strongest absolute art could only be created by cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void. However, if some of the more talented peak-tier experts of the 6 states of the void were to spend time, they would also have the opportunity to create it. For example, the Dragon God Annihilation of the Demon Master Chenhua was created by him during his long time in the secret realm of heaven and earth. It was the strongest absolute art at the principal's masters. However, although De-ing was weaker than you, Demon Master Chenhua, in terms of cultivation, the absolute art she created was still at the peak level of level 6, which was quite different from the Demon Master Chenuo's strongest absolute art. There was indeed a big gap between them. Nine-tailed clan leader, in terms of absolute art, you are still slightly weaker than me. If you continue to fight, you will lose without a doubt. Moreover, you are now alone, and I have the help of 3 experts of the 6 states of void. You have already lost this battle. Demon Master Chenuo's voice was cold. You are very strong. We can't keep you here, but it's impossible for you to turn the situation around by yourself. So you should leave. Demon Master Chenhua, Jian Wushuang, and Shower knew that they could not keep De-ing here with their current abilities, so they had to beat him back or let him leave on his own. But how could De-ing be satisfied? Leave. De-ing smiled coldly. Haha, it's ridiculous. In the clan leader of the nine-tailed clan. How could I abandon the clan and leave it to this rebel who came out of nowhere? The clan leader is unwilling to leave on his own. It seems that he wants to suffer. Demon Master Chenuo's eyes turned cold. Axe One Master, Star Saint Master, and Su Lord also rushed over. It was obvious that the four of them were planning to attack Daing once again. Seeing this scene, De Ying's expression turned ugly. However, he let out a strange laugh. Hee, you have the advantage in numbers. It's true that I can't fight against you all by myself. However, if you want me to leave just like that, you are underestimating me too much. I can leave, but before I leave, I'll make you pay the price. Chapter 3470, 6. The Clan Guarding Treasure. Pay the price. Everyone looked at Daing, who was clearly in a frenzy, with a strange expression. In the eyes of the experts present, the outcome of today's battle was already decided. Although De Ying's strength was formidable, she was still facing the even stronger Demon Master Qinhua and the other 3 Principles Masters who had reached the 6th level of the Void. In such a situation, what waves could she stir up? Could it be? Shower's expression suddenly changed. Back then, she had almost inherited the position of the Nine-Tailed Clan's Grandmaster. She knew many secrets of the Nine-Tailed Clan, and looking at De Ying's current appearance, Shower immediately thought of something. And De Ying's next action immediately confirmed Shower's guess. Under everyone's watchful eyes, De Ying flipped his palm and took out a mysterious black pearl. The black pearl was completely black and surrounded by a faint black air current. The black air current surrounded the early pearl and completely blocked the soul power of the experts present. Every time someone tried to use soul power to check the black pearl, they would immediately feel their soul power disappear into thin air, as if it was directly swallowed by the pearl. What a strange pearl! Jian Wushuang frowned. Soul-devouring pearl. It really is a soul-devouring pearl. Shower became nervous. Quick, retreat! Shower shouted at the first moment. After hearing the shout, Lord Su immediately obeyed Shower's order and retreated. Axe One Master and Star Saint Master looked at each other in dismay. They did not know what the black pearl was, but they could tell that it was extraordinary. Therefore, they did not hesitate and retreated at the first moment. Only the Demon Master Qinhua was confident in his own strength. Even when he saw De Ying take out the black pearl and heard Shower's stern cry, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Go to hell! De Ying revealed a sinister laugh. She pushed the black pearl forward. Instantly, an extremely terrifying soul power burst out from the black pearl. This soul power she transformed into a black devil and instantly appeared in front of the Demon Master Qinhua and covered him completely. Then, endless soul power crazily rushed into the Demon Master Chenuo's divine body. Humph! The Demon Master Qinhua let out a low snort, and his expression immediately changed drastically. This Axe One Master, Star Saint Master, and the others, who had already retreated and were not covered by the soul power from the Black Pearl, revealed shocked expressions when they saw the scene. The experts watching the battle were also shocked. Demon Master Qinhua were in big trouble. Xiao said, "Miss Xiao, what's going on? What's the pearl that De Ying took out?" Jian Wushuang's voice was low, and his face was very ugly. Demon Master Qinhua had been following him and acting as his guard all these years, but on the surface he was a guard. In fact, he and Demon Master Qinhua had long become good friends. Now that he saw that Demon Master Qinhua was in danger, Jian Wushuang was naturally extremely nervous. That pearl is the soul-devouring pearl. It can be said to be the clan-guarding true treasure of the nine-tailed clan. It's also the strongest trump card. Xiao said, "Clan-guarding true treasure? The strongest trump card?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. The soul-devouring pearl was obtained by the ancestors of the nine-tailed clan from the universe battlefield. It doesn't have any terrifying power, but it has the ability to devour soul power. In other words, no matter how much soul power you have, as long as you touch the pearl, you will be completely devoured. And after the soul energy is devoured by the pearl, it doesn't disappear. Instead, it still exists inside the pearl. At this time, if the owner of the pearl guides it, the soul energy inside the pearl can instantly burst out and form the most terrifying soul attack. Shower said seriously, "The ancestors of the nine-tailed clan knew the miraculous use of this pearl after they obtained the soul-devouring pearl. Therefore, the nine-tailed clan has always treated this pearl as their clan's supreme treasure. Over the long period of time, the soul-devouring pearl has been handed over to every clan leader. And every clan leader of the nine-tailed clan will try their best to feed the soul-devouring pearl with soul energy during their reign. There's even a place in the nine-tailed clan where the soul-devouring pearl is dedicated to the cultivation of the soul power of the members of the nine-tailed clan. The soul-devouring pearl is always there. The members of the nine-tailed clan would consume their soul power when they cultivate their soul power or some soul attack methods. However, the soul power that was consumed didn't disappear. Instead, it was devoured by the soul-devouring pearl. After being passed down from generation to generation, the soul power that was devoured by the soul-devouring pearl would naturally become more and more terrifying. In fact, it had long reached an unbelievable level. Once such a terrifying soul power was instantly released under the guidance of the controller, the soul impact formed by it would be unbelievably powerful. Javi! That's why the soul-devouring pearl is the strongest trump card of the nine-tailed clan. If the soul power in the soul-devouring pearl were to burst out, the soul attack formed in an instant could even kill a Saint Realm Master. What did you say? Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically. Once the soul-devouring pearl burst out, the soul attack formed could even kill a Saint Realm Master? But now the soul attack that burst out of the soul-devouring pearl was on the body of the Demon Master. How could the Demon Master block it? Damn it! Jian Wushuang could not help cursing secretly, and he also complained to Shower. He did not expect that De Ying would have such a terrifying killing move, and Shower did not warn him before. As if seeing Jian Wushuang's slight complaint, Shower hurriedly said, "Jian Wushuang, the existence of the soul-devouring pearl is one of the greatest secrets of the nine-tailed clan. Only the Grandmaster has the right to know and control it. Although I was very close to becoming the Grandmaster, I have not really become the Grandmaster. Therefore, I have only heard a little about the soul-devouring pearl, but I am not sure if it really exists. It's too late for that now. Let's think of a way to help Qinhua escape." Jian Wushuang snorted. Once the soul-devouring pearl is guided, the soul power that burst out in an instant cannot be stopped. However, perhaps because of De Ying's limited ability, she did not guide all of the soul power in the soul-devouring pearl to burst out. Therefore, with the strength of Demon Master Qinhua, she might have a chance to survive, Shower said. The soul-devouring pearl had devoured the soul power that the nine-tailed clan had accumulated for countless years. If it were to burst out completely, it could even kill a Saint Realm Master. However, it would not be easy to draw out such a huge amount of soul power. Of course, it would not be easy. Chapter 3477 Qinhua. Danger. Like the soul power that De Ying had guided out of the soul-devouring pearl. Although it was also extremely powerful, it was obviously not enough to kill a Saint Realm Master. However, if he could not kill a Saint Realm Master, he could still kill experts at the peak of the 6 realms of the void, or even the peak of the 6 realms of the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless soul power rushed into Demon Master's divine body like a raging wave, crazily destroying his soul. Demon Master had already closed his eyes and put all his energy into resisting the soul power. His face was extremely gloomy and unsightly. As time passed, the soul power around Demon Master slowly dissipated, but at the same time his aura began to weaken. His aura is weakening too fast. Jian Wushuang frowned, his heart filled with worry. Finally, The soul power that De-Ing had guided from the soul-devouring pearl was completely exhausted. But at this moment, Demon Master Chenyuo's aura had reached the bottom and gradually disappeared. The aura of sinking fire, I can't sense it? Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically. Although the Demon Master's ability to conceal his aura was amazing, he usually concealed his cultivation and still had his life aura. But now, not only Jian Wushuang, but everyone present, I can barely feel the presence of Qinhua. Demon Master Qinhua died? Many people in the mind all came up with this idea. Even if she didn't channel all of it and only channeled part of her soul power, she still couldn't make it. Shower's expression was also very ugly. After all, Demon Master Qinhua was an expert in her camp. Moreover, she was Jian Wushuang's person. If she died in this battle because she had not told Jian Wushuang about the existence of the soul-devouring pearl, which made Demon Master Qinhua wary, then her alliance with Jian Wushuang would probably collapse. They might even turn against each other. At this moment, the happiest person on the field was naturally De-Ing. Haha, dead. Good. De-Ing laughed with madness. So what if you're stronger than me? You still died at my hands, including divine moon palaces and heavenly sword marquee. You think you can make my nine-tailed clan submit to you without paying a price? Dream on. De-Ing. Shower stared at De-Ing with a cold gaze. Thanks. He's an expert at the peak of the 6 void realms. In the entire divine beginning realm, I'm afraid no one is his match except for experts at the Saint Realm or above the ruler level. However, he thinks too highly of himself and underestimates the means of the nine-tailed clan. De-Ing smiled to himself. He completely ignored Jian Wushuang's cold and piercing eyes. However, just when De-Ing thought that Demon Master Qinhua had died, he was overwhelmed with joy. Demon Master Qinhua, who was still standing in the void with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, his aura, which had almost disappeared, suddenly rose at an incredible speed. In just a moment, it had reached its peak, but it continued to rise. In the end, it reached a whole new level. At the same time, a wild laughter suddenly sounded in the world. Haha, it's a blessing in disguise. It's really a blessing in disguise. In the void, everyone's eyes instantly locked on Demon Master Qinhua. Qinhua! Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. He's not dead. The eyes of Axe One Master, Star Saint Master, and the others lit up. It's good that he's not dead. Shower heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, De-Ying's face instantly darkened. How is that possible? Your aura just now was clearly about to dissipate. How is it possible that he's not dead? Moreover, even though I didn't guide out all the soul power in the soul-devouring pearl just now and only guided a portion of it, this portion should be enough to kill anyone below the Saint Realm Master realm. How can you withstand it? How is it possible that you're still alive? De-Ying's face was filled with disbelief, and her voice was completely deranged. Upon hearing this, the Demon Master Qinhua smiled. Nine-tailed clan leader, the soul attack contained in the pearl you took out is indeed very terrifying, and it's definitely the most terrifying soul attack I've ever encountered. If my soul, or rather my state of mind, was slightly less tenacious, I'm afraid I would have died in that move of yours. Unfortunately, I've been alone in a secret realm of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. For the past 200 million years, I have endured endless boredom and loneliness. My mind and soul have also undergone a transformation in the past 200 million years. They have become indestructible and unshakable. This move of yours will never be able to kill me. Upon hearing the words of Demon Master Qinhua, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Indeed, in order to resist a soul attack, the most important thing was the toughness of one's soul, in addition to one's strong soul battle strength. And this toughness of the soul was achieved through endless training. As for the Demon Master, he did not train his soul through a lot of life and death experiences. He had improved his entire soul to a new level during the nearly 200 million years in the secret realm of heaven and earth. Who could stay in the heaven and earth secret realm alone for nearly 200 million years without going crazy? Demon Master Qinhua had done it. His soul was unprecedentedly tough, so he naturally blocked the soul attack just now. Impossible, impossible. Your life aura just now has obviously disappeared. How could you recover? De-ing was still unwilling to believe it. Haha, I have to thank you for that. Demon Master Qinhua smiled. Nine-tailed clan leader, I really have to thank you. Thank you for that killing move. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made the breakthrough so quickly. Breakthrough. Everyone was stunned when they heard this word. Could it be? Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at Demon Master Qinhua. Nine-tailed clan leader, you may not know this, but when I was still trapped in the secret realm of heaven and earth, I had already reached the peak of the 6 void realms. I was only one step away from the peak of the 6 void realms, and it was a very small step. However, this step was always difficult to cross. After I left the secret realm of heaven and earth, I followed Heavenly Sword Marquis everywhere. In addition to this agreement between me and him, I also hope to meet more experts with him and have more opportunities to fight with top experts. As expected, I met you. Demon Master Qinhua smiled. Chapter 3478 De-ing was defeated. Nine-tailed clan leader, I have to say that your killing move just now was indeed extremely terrifying. When that massive soul force charged toward me, even I almost died. However, it was precisely because of this move that I felt the existence of death. It was also precisely because of this life and death crisis that stimulated my potential, allowing me to finally grasp the 4th law and take that small step. That's why I have to thank you, Nine-tailed clan leader. Demon Master Qinhua laughed loudly. His laughter was very carefree. It was obvious that he was pleasantly surprised by this breakthrough between life and death. How is this possible? This move of mine was meant to kill you. How can it help you? Also, you have already lived for so long and have reached the peak of the 6th level of the void. Logically speaking, your potential should have been used up long ago. How can you still break through between life and death? De-ing was still in disbelief. The surrounding experts also found it hard to accept. Jian Wushuang was the only one who could understand. Qinhua was publicly recognized as a genius elder before the Purple Star Demon sect was destroyed. His talent is very shocking, and his potential is extremely great. If he cultivated normally, he would have had a chance to become a ruler. It's just that after the Purple Star Demon sect was destroyed, Qinhua was trapped in the secret realm of heaven and earth and could not gain any experience. But even without any experience, he still managed to raise his strength to the peak of the 6 void realms, just one step away from the peak. Such talent, Jian Wushuang knew very well that perhaps it was because of the innate, terminated meridians that Demon Master Qinhua was so talented. Previously, his cultivation had stagnated because he had been trapped in the secret realm of heaven and earth. However, that did not mean that Chenyuo's potential had been exhausted. Now he had come out of the secret realm of heaven and earth with Jian Wushuang and re-entered the divine beginning realm. In this fight with De-ing had used his final killing move. It could be said that he had experienced a life and death crisis that he had not experienced in the past 200 million years. As the saying went, when one accumulates strength, one will gain strength. Demon Master had accumulated too much. Now that he had experienced the life and death crisis that he had not experienced for a long time, it was natural for him to make a breakthrough. Qinhua, congratulations on taking this step. You should be invincible below the Master of the Saint Realm. Are you sure you can kill Deng? Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Qinhua. Yes, he said. Kill her. Demon Master Qinhua narrowed his eyes. My strength has improved a lot, but I don't know if I can really kill her. Then let's try it. It'll help you. Jian Wushuang smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, the power of temporal principles spread out. In an instant, the entire nine-tailed clan was covered. The space-time shackles, together with the space-time shackles, immediately affected Daing. Humph, it's just a small trick. Daing snorted. His body shook slightly, and the space-time shackles were instantly broken. However, Demon Master Qinhua had already made his move. Bang! The void rumbled as Demon Master Chenyuo's body swayed in a strange manner. With this sway, Demon Master Qinhua appeared in front of Daing as though he had teleported. So fast! Daying's expression changed drastically. When she fought with Demon Master Qinhua previously, the latter's speed was extremely fast. However, it was not that fast. But now, the Demon Master's speed was so fast that she could not even see him clearly. After his figure appeared, the Demon Master formed a fist with his right hand and blasted out. In an instant, the world seemed to be on the verge of completely collapsing. The gigantic golden sun appeared in the void once again. However, the size of the golden sun was now a full circle larger than before, and the power it contained was naturally much greater than before. The golden sun brought with it an earth-shattering might as it directly covered Daing. When she felt the power contained within the golden sun, Daying's heart twitched a little. However, she was not satisfied with her reaction, and she immediately used all her strength to resist. A blood-colored stream of light descended from the sky like a blood-colored bolt of lightning. It directly hacked toward the golden sun, wanting to split it apart. But in the end, the blood-red light struck the golden sun, producing a crisp sound. The power of the golden sun was greatly weakened, but it was only weakened. The blood-red light was destroyed by the golden sun, then it continued to attack Daing. Not good. Daying's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. His body was covered by the huge golden sun. Then, endless power erupted from the golden sun. Rumble. The surrounding void was shaking crazily. One terrifying power after another formed a shocking airwave that swept out crazily. The countless experts watching the battle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the terrifying scene in the center of the battlefield. And this shocking power only lasted for a moment before gradually dissipating. When everything dissipated, everyone looked over again and discovered that Daying's current figure was abnormally wretched, even though she was still standing there. The clothes on her body were also stained with blood, especially her aura. It had already been greatly weakened, and her divine power had already been consumed by more than 30% in that instant. I've lost 30% of my divine power in one move. The Principal's master, who is at the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void and has mastered 7 levels of willpower, is indeed terrifying. I'll show you. Daing took a deep look at the Demon Master Qinhua. Then he immediately transformed into a strange cyan phantom and rushed toward the void behind him. You want to escape? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He immediately used the space-time binding to try to limit Daying's speed. However, Daing was an expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the void. Although he had lost a lot of divine power, his battle strength was still there. Jian Wushuang used the golden sky painting flag to use the space-time binding at full strength. It might have an effect on an expert at the peak of the 5th realm of the void, or even an ordinary expert at the 6th realm of the void. But it was of little use to Daing. Under everyone's gaze, Daing burst out with terrifying speed and fled. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, the Demon Master Qinhua moved. At first, he wanted to chase after Daing, but he obviously hesitated for a moment before stopping in the end. There was nothing he could do. Even though his current strength had completely surpassed Ying's, if Daing wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for him to stay. Chapter 3479. It was possible it was best that Daing did not stay completely, and she did not die. An expert who had reached the peak of the 6 states of the void was a great threat to the Divine Moon Palace and Shower, who had regained control of the 9-tailed clan. However, This was within her expectations. When Shower decided to attack the Nine-Tailed clan, she already knew that it was impossible for her side to kill Ding. They could only force Ding back. This could not be helped. As for De Ying's threat, she could only think of a way to deal with it in the future. In any case, the Nine-Tailed clan was now completely under Shower's control. Whoosh! In a flash, Demon Master Qinhua had returned to Jian Wushuang's side. Qinhua, congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of Principles Master. The next step should be to advance to the ruler level. Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Qinhua with a faint smile. I was lucky enough to take this step. As for the ruler level, how could it be so easy? Qinhua shook his head with a smile. The word ruler level was too important. It had been many years since the creation of the divine beginning realm. However, after such a long time, there were very few ruler-level experts in the divine beginning realm. Every one of them was extremely talented. Furthermore, they had gone through endless experiences and had definitely obtained great opportunities before they became rulers. As for the Demon Master Qinhua, if nothing had happened to the Purple Star Demon sect, he would not have stayed in the heaven and earth secret realm for nearly 200 million years. Instead, he would have stayed in the divine beginning realm or had been training in various places in the universe battlefield. Then he might still have some confidence in reaching the ruler realm, but now he was talented, but he had wasted nearly 200 million years in the secret realm of heaven and earth, which had a great impact on him. Although he still had hope of becoming a ruler in the future, the hope was not great. Whether he could break through to become a ruler in the future depended on luck. Am not in a hurry to become a ruler. You, on the other hand, should think of a way to break through to become a Principles Master. If you can't even break through to become a Principles Master, how can you reach an agreement with me? Demon Master Qinhua said. Principles Master! Jian Wushuang touched his nose. In fact, in terms of combat strength, he was now considered very strong among the Principles Masters of the 5 Void Realms. However, he was still an immortal saint. He did not even have the slightest sign of breaking through, let alone becoming a Principles Master. I have a feeling that I am still quite far from becoming a Principles Master. At the very least, I have to completely master the destruction principles and even completely merge the destruction principles with the space-time and reincarnation principles in order to have a chance of breaking through, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. After chatting with Demon Master Qinhua for a while, Shower, Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master walked over. Demon Master Qinhua, congratulations on stepping into the pinnacle of Principles Master. Shower said first. As far as I know, only Elder Darkbone has reached the pinnacle of Principles Master in the divine beginning realm. Now, Brother Qinhua has also reached it, Axe 1 Master said. Only after reaching this step can one truly walk unhindered in the divine beginning realm. Even a Saint Realm Master would not be able to kill a Principles Masters who has reached the pinnacle, said Marquis Duanyu. Everyone is too polite. Demon Master Qinhua only smiled faintly. Although he was pleasantly surprised by his breakthrough, just now he had calmed down now. After all, although it was important for him to take this step, it was still not enough for him to take revenge. After all, the one who destroyed the Purple Star Demon sect was the Flame Saint Realm, one of the 3 Saint Realms. Now he still had to rely on Jian Wushuang. Miss Shower, is there any trouble in the Nine-Tailed clan? Jian Wushuang glanced at Shower. Xiao'er smiled faintly, she said. Because of my identity, many clansmen of the Nine-Tailed clan have already sided with me in their hearts. Even the stubborn ones have almost died in the battle just now, and most of the remaining ones are willing to submit. Even if there are a few stubborn people hiding in there, it doesn't matter to the overall situation. Besides Daeng, doesn't the Nine-Tailed clan have a second expert in the 6th realm of the void? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, but this person is not on the same side as Daeng. When the war broke out, I had planned to ask Lord Su to keep her busy. I didn't expect that she had no intention to fight back. She has been standing there without putting up any resistance. Now she is willing to submit to me. With her help and the absolute strength of my divine moon palace, nothing will happen to the nine-tailed clan, Shower said. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. If you regain control of the nine-tailed clan, the power in your hands will reach a whole new level. Don't forget your previous agreement with me. Don't worry. After the nine-tailed clan has calmed down, I will help you to deal with the Blood Clan, Shower said. However, there is another problem in the nine-tailed clan. De-ing is, after all, an expert at the peak of the sixth realm of the void. Although she has been defeated, she will not be satisfied. She will definitely find a way to regain control of the nine-tailed clan. With such a big hidden danger, I always feel that there is a thorn in my heart. Why? Do you want to completely remove this thorn? Jian Wushuang looked at Shower. Of course, but this thorn is too powerful. How can it be so easy to remove? Shower said helplessly. In fact, Miss Shower, if you really want to kill De-ing, there is a way. A voice suddenly sounded. It was Marquis Duanyu. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang and Shower looked at Marquis Duanyu in unison. Marquis Duanyu, do you have a way to kill De-ing? Shower looked at Marquis Duanyu with a glimmer of light in her eyes. Marquis Duanyu smiled, he said. De-ing is indeed very strong. It's very difficult to kill her with normal means. Even with an expert at the pinnacle of the principal's master realm like Demon Master Qinhua, De-ing can still escape even if she can't defeat him. Therefore, it has been said in the divine beginning realm that only a Saint Realm Master or Master-level expert can kill an expert at the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void. But in fact, it's not the case. Marquis Duanyu, do you really have a way to kill an expert at the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void? Jian Wushuang was also interested. After all, the Blood Clan leader that he wanted to kill had the same cultivation. Previously, he had been worried about how to kill him. Now, if Marquis Duanyu had a way to kill De-ing, he naturally had a way to kill the Blood Clan leader. Chapter 3480 Netherjade 5 Killerray. It's not impossible to kill the strongest expert of the 6 states of the void. Marquis Duanyu smiled faintly. To put it bluntly, the reason why it's so difficult to kill the strongest expert of the 6 states of the void is because such an expert doesn't wait for his own strength to be tyrannical, and his life-saving ability is also extremely strong. If we really compare strength, De-ing is obviously weaker than Demon Master Qinhua. But if De-ing wants to escape, Demon Master Qinhua can't do anything about it. In that case, we just have to find a way to prevent De-ing from escaping. No way to escape. Jian Wushuang and the others were surprised. That's easy to say, but how can we prevent an expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void from escaping? How can an ordinary array block an expert like De-ing? Shower said, of course not. But what if it's a high-level special array from the universe battlefield? Marquis Duanyu smiled. I may not know about other special arrays in the universe battlefield, but I know of one that can trap an expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the void. What kind of formation? Jian Wushuang and Shower immediately looked over. The Netherjade 5 Kill formation. Marquis Duanyu said, this formation is a high-level killing move and is used to kill enemies. However, its trapping ability is also very good. After all, if you want to kill someone, you must first keep him alive. And this formation requires 5 cultivators of the same realm to control it at the same time. The power of the formation is also determined by these 5 people. If you want to use this formation to trap and kill experts at the peak of the 6th realm of the void, then you must let 5 experts at the 6th realm of the void control it. 5 experts who have reached the 6th level of the void. Shower's expression changed. I have a beard master under my command, and the 6th level of the void that the Nine-Tailed Clan has now also submitted to me. There are 2 6th level of the void here, and if we include Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu and Star Saint Master. There are exactly 5 of them, and their realms are all the same. Miss Shower, the 3 of us have come to help you under the orders of the Palace Master. However, the Palace Master only said that he would help you regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan. He did not say that the 3 of us would help you kill Dang. Marquis Duanyu smiled and said, "As for me telling you about this Nether Jade 5 killing array now, I am only telling you a method to kill Dang." He did not say that the 3 of us would personally help you. Yes, the 3 of us have helped you regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan and completed our mission. As for the rest of the matter, we don't intend to interfere, Axe One Master said with a smile. But the method I mentioned is indeed feasible, Marquis Duanyu continued. As long as the 5 experts of the 6 Void Realms work together to cast the Nether Jade 5 kill magic formation, we can guarantee that Da'ing will not be able to escape from the magic formation. Then, as long as Demon Master Chinhua acts personally, together with the magic formation, we can definitely kill Da'ing in the magic formation. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Indeed, as long as Da'ing was trapped in the magic formation and could not escape, Demon Master Chinhua would definitely crush her with her strength. It was not impossible to kill her. At most, it would take some strength and effort. Marquis Duanyu, your method is feasible, but if the 3 of you don't take action, where can I find the other 3 experts of the 6 Void Realms to set up the Nether Jade 5 kill magic formation? Shower rolled her eyes at Marquis Duanyu. How about I ask your Palace Master again? Miss Shower, before we left, Palace Master had already gone into closed-door cultivation. Even if you send a message to him now, I'm afraid you won't get any reply from him. Marquis Duanyu smiled. But if Miss Shower really wants the 3 of us to help, it's actually not impossible. But it depends on your opinion. Me? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. My lord, I've said before that the Palace Master has instructed us to help you with anything after we understand the Nine-Tailed Clan. In fact, if you need our help, we are just following your orders. My lord, if you need our help, we won't refuse. Of course. That includes killing Da'ing for Miss Shower. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. That is to say, as long as Jian Wushuang agrees, you 3 will help me. Shower was also surprised. Of course, from now on, the 3 of us will listen to you until Palace Master gives us another order, Marquis Duanyu said. That's great. Marquis Duanyu, Axe One Master, and Star Saint Master. I'm in an alliance with Miss Shower. We're on the same side. Da'ing is a great threat to Miss Shower's Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan. If we can get rid of this threat, we'll get rid of it as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang said. We understand what you mean. In that case, I'll teach Lord Su and the other principals master of the 6 Void Realms of the Nine-Tailed Clan about the 5 killing formation. From today on, the 5 of us will practice the formation together and try to control it as soon as possible, Marquis Duanyu said. Thank you, Marquis Duanyu, Jian Wushuang said. But the problem now is that even if we have completely mastered the 5 killing formation, we still don't know the exact location of Da'ing. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find her and kill her, Marquis Duanyu said. That's a problem, but it doesn't matter, Shower said. As long as we master the formation and have the ability to kill Da'ing, the rest will be easy. After all, this Da'ing has been chased out of the Nine-Tailed Clan by us. She will definitely be unwilling, and there will definitely be waves in the future. Moreover, she will be quite confident in her own strength. She won't think that we have the ability to kill her, so she won't be too low-key in her actions. With our Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan's intelligence abilities, as long as she dares to show her face, we will be able to immediately find her existence. Therefore, the most urgent matter now is to master the Nether Jade 5 kill array formation as quickly as possible. In that case, I'll ask Miss Shower to make a space in the Nine-Tailed Clan so that we can focus on practicing the Nether Jade 5 kill array, Marquis Duanyu said. No problem. I'll make the arrangements now. Shower nodded. The Nine-Tailed Clan had completely calmed down. After Shower took control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, she immediately arranged a place for Marquis Duanyu and the others to practice the Nether Jade 5-kill array. Chapter 3481 Tricky. After Shower regained control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Jian Wushuang stayed in the clan. During this period, Marquis Duanyu, Axe 1 Master, Star Saint Master, Master Su, and Master Shadow Fox, the master of the rules of the 6 Void Realms, had been practicing the 5-killing formation of the Nether Jade, since the formation was prepared to deal with Daing, and it was difficult to guarantee that there were still loyal Daing members in the Nine-Tailed Clan. The place where they practiced the formation was completely isolated, except for a few people no one could enter. Naturally, no one knew what they were doing inside. During this time, Jian Wushuang was very relaxed. Occasionally, he would drink tea and chat with Demon Master Chenhua. It's been half a year. If I'm not mistaken, Marquis Duanyu and the others should have practiced their magic formation by now, Jian Wushuang said. I've personally seen the magic formation they practiced. The power of the magic formation is indeed amazing. After the 5 of them joined hands to cast the magic formation, even if I was trapped inside, it would be difficult for me to break it. However, at that time, they were not very familiar with the magic formation. Now they should be able to break it, Demon Master Chenhua said. The level of the Nether Jade 5-kill formation was extremely high. Originally, it would be extremely difficult for even a 6th level Void martial artist to master it, and the time required would be very long. But fortunately, there was Marquis Duanyu, who had extremely high attainments in the formation, and he was also one of the 5 people who controlled the formation. Thus, although this formation was used by 5 people at the same time, the main person who controlled it was Marquis Duanyu. Therefore, in about half a year, they should be able to master the magic formation. Once the magic formation is completed, Shower will find an opportunity to kill Daing, but Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Chenhua, if Daing is really trapped in the Nether Jade 5-kill magic formation and you kill her yourself, are you sure you can kill her? Although Jian Wushuang was very confident in the strength of Demon Master Chenhua, Daing was, after all, an expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void. I can't say for sure. Demon Master Chenhua shook his head. However, after I take this step, my strength is much stronger than before. It's definitely not difficult for me to crush Daing. As for killing her, it's very likely that she can escape. How confident are you? Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Chenhua. 50%. After all, this Daing will definitely go crazy and do whatever it takes. She has been the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan for so many years, so she must have many trump cards. The soul-devouring pearl she used on the battlefield may only be one of them. If I really push her to the limit, I don't know whether I can kill her or not. Or I can't guarantee that I will be able to withstand her desperate use of her trump card, said Demon Master Chenhua. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, to kill an expert at the peak of the 6 Void Realms, not only did she have to be unable to escape, but she also had to be careful of her counterattack. Anyone would be desperate before they died, let alone this Daing. And a Daing at the peak of the 6 Void Realms, who is also the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan, would be quite terrifying if she was desperate. Under such circumstances, it was not easy to continue to kill her. Even if she was killed in the end, there was no guarantee that they would not pay a price. At this moment, Shower flew over from the distance and appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. Jian Wushuang, Demon Master Chenhua, Shower said with a solemn expression. Miss Shower, judging from your solemn expression, have you found the whereabouts of Daing? Jian Wushuang asked. During the past 6 months, Shower had ordered the intelligence agencies of Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan to do their best to find the existence of Daing. As Shower had expected, Daing did not keep a low profile. She was often found. However, since 3 months ago, Daing seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The intelligence agencies of Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan could not find her again. Yes, I found her, but it's because of this that I'm in a tricky situation, Shower said. Tricky? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. De-ing has already been driven out of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Is she going to cause any trouble? If it was just her alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. We could have set off to kill her at any time after Marquis Duanyu had completely mastered the 5-killing formation of the Dark Jade. However, we didn't expect her to go to the Blood Clan during the 3 months when she disappeared, said Shower in a low voice. Blood Clan? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stood up immediately. Why did she go to the Blood Clan? If I'm not mistaken, she wants to join hands with the Blood Clan to fight against the Nine-Tailed Clan, Shower said. So, the Blood Clan agreed? Jian Wushuang frowned. In her opinion, the Blood Clan and the Nine-Tailed Clan were one of the 4 great divine clans. They should not really fight against the Nine-Tailed Clan for the sake of a De-ing. After all, the Nine-Tailed Clan and Divine Moon Palace had now joined hands. Their overall strength had long surpassed that of before. Now, in the Demon Realm, all the clans believed that the Nine-Tailed Clan was the strongest among the 4 great divine clans. At this juncture, the Blood Clan should not be so blind as to provoke the Nine-Tailed Clan. Jian Wushuang, you don't know that the 4 great divine clans in the Demon Realm are not as calm as they appear on the surface, especially the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Blood Clan, Shire said in a deep voice. The Blood Clan and the Nine-Tailed Clan have been fighting for a long time because of the proximity of their territories. Sometimes the Nine-Tailed Clan is superior to the Blood Clan, and sometimes the Blood Clan is superior to the Nine-Tailed Clan. In short, the 2 divine races have been fighting for an unknown number of years and have accumulated a huge amount of hatred toward each other. No matter who we are, as long as there is an opportunity, we will definitely attack each other without hesitation. And this time, because of me, the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Divine Moon Palace have joined hands, and their strength has increased to an unprecedented level. This naturally made the Blood Clan wary and even fearful. As for De-ing, she also knows that it is already very difficult for her to regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan by herself, so she naturally has to find helpers. The first person she thought of should be the Dark Clan. However, although the Dark Clan is on good terms with the Nine-Tailed Clan and owes the Nine-Tailed Clan a favor, this favor is owed to the Nine-Tailed Clan, not her, De-ing. Therefore, when the Dark Clan knows that the war between the Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan is merely an internal conflict between the Nine-Tailed Clan, the Dark Clan will not pay any attention to it. At this time, even if De-ing finds the Dark Clan, she won't get any help from the Dark Clan, so she can only go to the Blood Clan. Chapter 3482, Severe Soul Injury? The Blood Clan has always been wary of the current Nine-Tailed Clan. Now that De-ing has taken the initiative to seek refuge with us, we naturally agree. Shower's expression was solemn. If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly. Moreover, your goal is to kill De-ing, and my goal is to kill the clan leader of the Blood Clan. If we deal with these 2 people one by one, as long as Marquis Duanyu's formation is complete, it's absolutely possible to kill them. However, now that the 2 of them have joined hands, it's too difficult to deal with them both at the same time. Jian Wushuang was well aware that if De-ing and the Blood Clan had not joined hands, they could have killed them one by one with Marquis Duanyu's 5-killing formation. However, if the 2 of them had gathered together, it would not be enough for them to kill the 2 of them at the same time. After all, Demon Master Qinhuo was powerful, but he was not confident that he could kill De-ing alone. Not to mention that there was a Blood Clan Grandmaster who was no weaker than De-ing. We have no choice but to wait. After all, the Blood Clan and the Nine-Tailed Clan have been fighting for so many years. Previously, De-ing was the Blood Clan Grandmaster. Under such circumstances, De-ing and the Blood Clan might not be able to forget about the past. It may not be long before their alliance is broken. At that time, we can still proceed according to the plan. In addition, Even if they really forget about the past, Da-ing and the Blood Clan Grandmaster cannot stay together forever. We can wait. As long as they separate, we can attack immediately and still have a chance to kill them, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, that's what I thought. I've instructed the chess pieces in the Blood Clan to pay close attention to the movements of Da-ing and the Blood Clan leader. As soon as they have a chance to separate, we will attack immediately, Shaoer said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but his heart was still heavy. After all, if Da-ing really joined hands with the Blood Clan leader, it would be much more difficult and unpredictable to kill them than before. They could only wait for an opportunity. Time passed, and another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, the 5 principals masters on Marquis Duanye's side had already grasped the dark jade 5-killer ray. Once it was used, even the demon master Qinhua wouldn't be able to escape for a while, and to trap Da-ing, who was much weaker than the demon master Qinhua, or the Blood Clan leader, there was naturally no problem. At the same time, Shaoer had also received the news from the Blood Clan. The news has been confirmed. Da-ing has indeed joined hands with the Blood Clan. In order to show her sincerity, she gave the soul-devouring pearl, the most precious treasure of the 9-tailed clan, to the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan has accepted her completely, Shaoer said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang, Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. Soul-devouring pearl, this is a treasure that almost caused Qinhua to lose his life. How could Da-ing give it up? Jian Wushuang frowned. It's just a treasure, not to mention that the 9-tailed clan left it behind. Now that Da-ing is no longer the clan leader of the 9-tailed clan, of course, she doesn't care about this precious treasure. But the problem is that she has gained the trust of the Blood Clan with this treasure. Next, she will join hands with the Blood Clan completely, Shaoer said coldly. In addition, the people I left behind also said that Da-ing immediately went into seclusion after gaining the trust of the Blood Clan. They also told the Blood Clan that she would be in seclusion for a long time, as if to heal her injuries. Heal! Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he immediately looked at Demon Master Qinhua. Qinhua, did you hurt Da-ing badly? I think so, Demon Master Qinhua said calmly. After I made a breakthrough, Da-ing suffered a lot of damage to her divine body. However, because of her immortal body, she only lost part of her divine power. Perhaps it will take some time for her to recover after reaching her level, but it's not necessary for her to go into seclusion to recover her divine power. In that case, why is she in seclusion? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. I understand. Shaoer suddenly stood up, she said. If I'm not wrong, Da-ing is indeed injured. However, it's not the damage to her divine body or the consumption of divine power, but the damage to her soul. The damage is so great that she must immediately enter seclusion to recover. Soul damage. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. You mean when she channeled the soul power of the soul-devouring pearl, she also suffered the damage from the soul power? That must be the case. Shaoer nodded, he said, seriously. I didn't know much about the soul-devouring pearl. I've only heard a little about its use, but it's one of the biggest killer moves of the 9-tailed clan. The previous clan leaders of the 9-tailed clan have told me clearly that unless we are on the brink of death, we must not use the soul-devouring pearl. However, if it's only because the soul-devouring pearl consumes a large amount of soul power, then because the soul power that the soul-devouring pearl has consumed over a long period of time is ridiculously large, there's no need for such restrictions. Therefore, there's only one possibility, and that is that while the soul power in the soul-devouring pearl is activated, the guide will also suffer the backlash from the soul power. The more soul power she channeled, the greater the backlash. It's understandable why Da-ing didn't channel all the soul power in the soul-devouring pearl during the battle. I'm afraid it's not because she didn't want to channel it, but because she knew that the more she channeled, the greater the damage to her soul. That's why she didn't dare to be so reckless. Now that she has been defeated and retreated to the Blood Clan, she naturally has to think of a way to recover her soul. Furthermore, after using the soul-devouring pearl once, she clearly knew how terrifying the backlash power contained in the soul-devouring pearl was. She didn't dare to use it a second time, so she handed the soul-devouring pearl to the Blood Clan without any hesitation. All of this can be explained. Hearing Shower's words, the experts present immediately understood. Looks like that's the case. Star Saint Master also stood up. He said, although I don't know about the soul-devouring pearl, I more or less know about the soul. In order to guide such a huge wave of soul energy that doesn't belong to me to cause an impact on my opponent, I naturally have to bear a huge risk. If that's the case, then De-Ing should be in a weakened state. This is the best time for us to kill her. Axe 1 Master also said, Chapter 3483, requesting for more help. That's true, but that De-Ing is currently in the territory of the Blood Clan. Even if she is currently in a weakened state, if we want to kill her, we still have to pass through the Blood Clan. As for the Blood Clan, in terms of overall strength, they are slightly stronger than the previous Nine-Tailed Clan. Of course, the overall strength of our Nine-Tailed Clan currently surpasses that of the Blood Clan. Shower said, Are we going to kill De-Ing directly? Axe 1 Master narrowed his eyes. The Blood Clan also has a clan-protecting formation, but it's not as powerful as the Nine-Tailed Clans. It's not difficult to break it. Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. If we really want to fight, we have to kill more than just De-Ing. If possible, we have to kill the clan leader as well, Jian Wushuang said. Kill the clan leader? Marquis Duanyu raised his eyebrows. It's already difficult enough to kill De-Ing just by charging into the territory of the Blood Clan. But if we want to kill the clan leader, I'm afraid our current lineup is not enough. That's true. Jian Wushuang nodded. He understood that it would require extraordinary combat strength to charge into the Blood Clan and kill both De-Ing and the clan leader at the same time. And on their side, even though they had Demon Master Qinhua and a total of 5 Void 6th level Principles Masters, the only one who could truly threaten De-Ing and the Blood Clan leader was actually Demon Master Qinhua alone. If our camp can have another expert like Demon Master Qinhua, then it is possible to charge into the Blood Clan and kill De-Ing and the Blood Clan leader. Axe 1 Master suddenly said, That's easy to say. However, in the Divine Beginning Realm, among the Principles Masters, the only one who could match the current Demon Master Qinhua is probably Elder Darkbone. Elder Darkbone has a strange personality. Even if the 3 great Saint Realm Masters or the Ruler Realm experts personally invite him, he might not give us face, let alone us, Shower said. Of course, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to invite him. But didn't the Heavenly Sword Marquis have dealings with Elder Darkbone? Back on the Saha Island, the 3 Saint Realms set up an inescapable net to kill you. At that time, Elder Darkbone stood on your side and helped you fight against a master of the Saint Realm, Axe 1 Master said with a smile. In that battle, Elder Darkbone did help me a lot, but he helped me because his disciple owed me a favor. He was just returning the favor for his disciple, Jian Wushuang said. Really? Axe 1 Master smiled. He said, My young friend, I'm afraid you've underestimated this Elder Darkbone. He lived for a very long time, not only because of his own strength, but also because he ignored the fights between the forces in the Divine Beginning Realm. No one would look for trouble with him. Even though he finally got a disciple and loves this treasure, do you think he would offend the 3 Saint Realms and even fight the master of the Saint Realm for this treasure? Jian Wushuang frowned. He had thought about this question before, but since Elder Darkbone had left after the battle, he did not have the time to ask. Therefore, he could only take it as Elder Darkbone returning the favor to his disciple. However, if he thought about it carefully, there were indeed many things that were not right. Axe 1 Master, are you saying that Elder Darkbone helped me for other reasons? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. As for this reason, you will know it in the future. Now, you can go directly to him and ask him to help you. He will most likely not refuse you. If he really refuses, you can say that you came to him on the orders of Star Palace Master. He will definitely not refuse you, Axe One Master said confidently. Okay, I'll go look for Elder Darkbone now. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token did not belong to Elder Darkbone, but to his disciple, Underworld Emperor. Underworld Emperor. Jian Wushuang directly sent a message to Underworld Emperor. A moment later, Underworld Emperor replied, Brother Heavenly Marquis, how come you have time to look for me? Are you still trapped in the trial your master gave you? Jian Wushuang asked first. In the Blood Wave realm, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Ming fought side by side, and they were good friends. Even after they separated, they would occasionally communicate with each other. Jian Wushuang also knew that not long after Emperor Ming became a principal's masters, his master, Elder Darkbone, sent him to a special place, saying that it was to give him a trial. Until now, Emperor Ming was still trapped in that experience. I can't help it. The test my master arranged for me is very difficult. I can't get out of here in a short time. Emperor Ming smiled. Let's not talk about this, Brother Heavenly Marquis. You must have something else to talk to me about today, right? Yes, I have something urgent. I want to talk to Elder Darkbone, but I don't have Elder Darkbone's communication token, so I can only talk to you, Jian Wushuang said. That's easy. Although my master left me here, he has been staying here by himself. I'll send a message to him from my body. Please wait for a moment, Underworld Emperor said, and then sent a message to Elder Darkbone. A moment later, he got the result. Brother Heavenly Marquis, my master has come. He will take my message token and communicate with you, Underworld Emperor said. Not long after that, a slightly hoarse voice came from the other side of the token. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I heard that you have something to ask me? Yes. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and then said seriously, Senior, I want to ask you to help me with something. Help. Elder Darkbone paused. Then he said faintly, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you should know that I don't have any entanglement with you. The reason I helped you outside the Blood Wave realm was because my disciple owed you a favor. Since the end of the battle, my disciple has already repaid the favor. Now, neither I nor my disciple owes you anything. Why should I help you? Senior, I know I can't force you to do anything, but I really need a strong helper like you, so I have no choice but to ask you. If you help me, I will definitely remember your favor. Jian Wushuang said seriously, Your favor? Well, it's worth considering. Elder Darkbone smiled faintly, but he did not directly agree. Senior, I came to invite you on the orders of Palace Master Star Palace, Jian Wushuang said again. Palace Master Star Palace? Elder Darkbone's voice obviously changed, but then he smiled and said, I didn't expect Star Palace to make contact with you so soon. It's really unexpected. Chapter 3484 Elder Darkbone arrived. What Elder Darkbone said made Jian Wushuang's heart skip a beat. Obviously, Elder Darkbone knew about Star Palace, and he knew that Star Palace would definitely contact him. Well, since Star Palace has already contacted you, and it's under the instructions of Star Palace Master, I'll help you again. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Elder Darkbone said with a faint smile, Senior, I want to kill De-ing and the Grandmaster of the Blood Clan. However, they are, after all, 2 experts at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void. Although I can set up the 5-kill formation of the Nether Jade to prevent them from escaping, I only have Qinhua, an existence at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void. He alone is not sure that he can kill them, so I need your help, Jian Wushuang said. De-ing is the former clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan, together with the clan leader of the Blood Clan. Both of them are extremely powerful. If they work together, even if they are trapped by the magic formation, it would be difficult for an expert of the ultimate 6 realms to kill them. However, if we can gather 2 experts of the ultimate 6 realms of the void, we have a much greater chance of killing them. Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile, "That's right. We've also received news that De Ying's soul has been severely injured. He should be in a weakened state now. If you attack him, together with our Demon Master Qinhua and 5-kill formation, there's a high chance of killing them," Jian Wushuang said. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, you should be in the 9-tailed clan now, right?" Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile. It seemed that although he did not care about worldly affairs, he had been paying attention to some major changes in the divine beginning realm. News of the 9-tailed clan's change had already spread in the divine beginning realm, so Elder Darkbone had obviously received the news. "It's in the 9-tailed clan. When will Senior come?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Since you said that Da Ying is currently in a weak state, I can't give her a chance to catch her breath. I'll leave now. You can wait for a few days in the 9-tailed clan," Elder Darkbone said. "Thank you, Senior." Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. Then, Jian Wushuang cut off the communication with Elder Darkbone. Seeing Jian Wushuang put away the communication token, Shower, Axe One Master, and the others immediately looked over. "My young friend, how did it go?" Axe One Master asked with a smile. From his smile, it could be seen that he had the answer in his heart. "Elder Darkbone has agreed, and he will be coming soon," Jian Wushuang said. "That's great." Shower's eyes lit up. With Elder Darkbone, the strongest expert in the 6 realms of the void, and Demon Master Qinhua, as long as our 5-kill formation can prevent Da Ying and the Blood Clan leader from escaping, they will almost certainly die. Marquis Duan said seriously. When everyone knew that Elder Darkbone would arrive, they calmed down. However, no one noticed that Demon Master Qinhua had narrowed his eyes. Elder Darkbone, an ultimate expert of the 6 states of the void? I really want to meet him. Demon Master Qinhua muttered to himself. In just 10 days, Elder Darkbone had arrived at the 9-tailed clan. Besides his disciple, Underworld Emperor, there was also a handsome and dignified middle-aged man in a golden robe. Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis. Underworld Emperor was the first to speak and shouted enthusiastically. Underworld Emperor. Jian Wushuang greeted his good friend and then went to Elder Darkbone and bowed respectfully. Elder Darkbone. Elder Darkbone had helped him at a critical time, and he had come to help him this time. Jian Wushuang naturally respected such a person, who was also a super expert. Mr. Elder Darkbone. Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master also said to show their respect. Elder Darkbone nodded slightly, but then he looked directly at Shower and said, "Deji, long time no see. How have you been?" "I've experienced 9 reincarnations. After so many years, I thought you should have left the divine beginning realm a long time ago. I didn't expect you to stay here," Shower said with a strange tone. "Elder Darkbone, do you know Miss Shower?" Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. "Of course." Elder Darkbone smiled. "Deji and I have known each other for many years, but it's because of that person." "Him? You mean Di Shi-san?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes." Elder Darkbone nodded. "I've been in the divine beginning realm for a long time. During this time, I've met countless experts, but I think I can slightly suppress them as long as they haven't reached the Saint Realm Master or the Master level. However, Di Shi-san, who was at his peak, was the only exception. Di Shi-san is indeed a talented man. His understanding of sword principle has gone beyond the realm of the divine beginning realm and reached a whole new level." "A whole new level?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, in the divine beginning realm, one's understanding of sword principle is limited to 3 levels. At the 3rd level, one can derive all things. This level is actually the limit and end point for many sword principle cultivators in the divine beginning realm. However, Di Shi-san's understanding of sword principle has gone beyond the 3rd level and reached a higher level, the 4th level. It's a whole new realm, not to mention ordinary principles masters. Even many master-level experts can't reach it. That's why his swordsmanship is so terrifying. No one can block his killing sword. Di-Shur-San, who had reached the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void, used a shocking technique during the world-ending war. He chopped off the arm of a master-level expert with one sword. That sword move was earth-shaking. At this point, Elder Darkbone could not help exclaiming in surprise. However, Jian Wushuang's heart was shocked. In his previous life, he had interacted with Di-Shur-San many times. Moreover, when Lung Rux's master's consciousness incarnation had descended into the eternal chaotic world, Di-Shur-San had said that he had cut off one of his arms. Now, it seemed that the person whom Elder Darkbone said was cut off by Di-Shur-San should be Lung Rux's master. Jian Wushuang had thought that Lung Rux's master was also a master of the Saint Realm, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lung Rux's master was a genuine master-level expert. Under such circumstances, Di-Shur-San was able to cut off one of the master's arms. It was evident how powerful Di-Shur-San was at that time. No wonder Elder Darkbone praised him so much. Chapter 3485 Life Fall King. Because Di-Shur-San was so powerful that even I was amazed, I went to see him more than once to spar with him. Di-Shur-San did not refuse to fight with him. After a few times, we have more or less established a friendship. When I came into contact with Di-Shur-San, I naturally came into contact with Deji, Elder Darkbone said with a smile. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. It turned out that Elder Darkbone was not acquainted with Shower, but with Di-Shur-San. By the way, Elder Darkbone, who is this? Jian Wushuang looked at the middle-aged man in a golden robe next to Elder Darkbone. He is my good friend in the universe, Battlefield, Life Fall King. He just happened to visit me this time, so I brought him along. Elder Darkbone laughed. After all, it's difficult to kill 2 experts at the peak of the 6 void realms. If Life Fall King was there to help, nothing would happen. Oh! Jian Wushuang could not help looking at Life Fall King again. In his perception, Life Fall King was in an ethereal state, like Demon Master Qinhua. He could not sense the existence of the other party's specific aura and strength, or even his ability to conceal his aura. It seemed that Life Fall King was even more powerful than Demon Master Qinhua. Heavenly Sword Marquis, there's something I have to tell you first. It's my good friend, Life Fall King. He's actually a Chaos Master. Elder Darkbone suddenly said. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Not only him, but Shower, Demon Master Qinhua, Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master were also shocked. Master, a master-level expert. Jian Wushuang looked at Life Fall King in astonishment. But Life Fall King smiled faintly and said, Don't listen to Elder Darkbone. I'm only at the 6th realm of the void. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. My good friend is indeed a Chaos Master, but he's not a native ruler born in the Divine Beginning Realm. He's from outside the Divine Beginning Realm and from the universe battlefield. Elder Darkbone said, A ruler from outside the Divine Beginning Realm. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Rulers from outside the Divine Beginning Realm will be restrained by the heavenly will of the Divine Beginning Realm after they arrive in the Divine Beginning Realm. This pressure is greater than the pressure exerted by the power of the heavenly will on rulers born in the Divine Beginning Realm. For example, the rulers who rose up in the Divine Beginning Realm, such as Temporal Temple Master, Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, and others, are still suppressed by the heavenly will in the Divine Beginning Realm, but their combat strength is still stronger than that of ordinary masters of the Saint Realm. But the overlords from the outside world will be suppressed by the will of the heavenly Tao, so he can only exert the battle strength of the 6th realm of the void. Of course, even if he only has the battle strength of the 6th realm of the void, I'm not confident that I can defeat him, Elder Darkbone said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but then his expression changed again. No, if that's true, then during the world-ending battle, countless experts fought their way into the seven-star mysterious sect. At that time, there were also masters from outside the world who intervened. If these masters from outside the world were suppressed by the will of the heavenly Tao, then how could the seven-star mysterious sect be defeated? This is actually very easy to understand. Elder Darkbone smiled. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you should know how those masters from outside the world came about during the world-ending battle. They are... Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, but he already somewhat understood. Those overlords came to the divine realm because of the will of the heavenly Tao. It can even be said that the power of the will of the heavenly Tao invited them. Since the will of the heavenly Tao invited them, how could the will of the heavenly Tao give them too much pressure? Therefore, although the overlords from the divine beginning realm were still suppressed, they were still able to display battle strength that was no weaker than that of Temporal Temple Master, Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, and the others in the divine beginning realm. That was why the seven-star mysterious sect was defeated, Elder Darkbone said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but come to a realization. I did not enter the divine beginning realm by the will of the heavenly Tao. Instead, I entered by myself. Naturally, I'm under a lot of restrictions, so don't count on me, Life Fall King said with a smile. Although he was a genuine chaos ruler, Life Fall King did not put on too much airs in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Instead, he was very gentle and willing to talk to them. Life Fall, don't be humble. Even though you're bound by a lot of restrictions, you can still help a lot by killing experts at the peak of the 6 void realms. I'm afraid that neither De Ing nor the Blood Clan leader will be able to block your death magic, Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile. Hearing Elder Darkbone's words, Jian Wushuang and Shaoer felt relieved. They had thought that if Elder Darkbone came, they would have more than half of the success. They did not expect that he would bring a ruler-level expert, Life Fall King, along with him. Although Life Fall King was restricted by the power of the will of heaven and could only exert the battle strength of the 6 void realms, the strength of a ruler was naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary principles master. With the addition of Life Fall King, their plan this time could almost be said to be without any surprises. By the way, Heavenly Sword Marquis, when you sent me a message earlier, you said that you have an expert who has reached the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void. You must be talking about him, right? Elder Darkbone looked at him with a strange gaze. He had already looked at Demon Master Qinhua. Yes, let me introduce him. This is Demon Master Qinhua. He has just broken through to the pinnacle of the 6 realms, Jian Wushuang said. The divine beginning realm is the oldest and most recognized principles master, Elder Darkbone. I've heard a lot about you. Demon Master Qinhua stared at Elder Darkbone with a strange look in his eyes. In the divine beginning realm, there was only one expert who reached the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void. Now there are 3 more. Congratulations. Elder Darkbone laughed. There's another one. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Aren't you the only expert in the divine beginning realm who has reached the pinnacle of the 6 void realms? Shaoer also looked at Elder Darkbone. No, there is indeed another expert besides me. You haven't met him yet, but you will definitely meet him in the future, Elder Darkbone said. I don't care if you meet him in the future, but I know that I have met one now, said the Demon Master Qinhua suddenly, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3486 Sparring Qinhua. Jian Wushuang could not help looking at Demon Master Qinhua. I've been lonely for too long. It's rare for me to meet a decent opponent. How could I miss it? Demon Master Qinhua said. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He could understand. Before the Purple Star Demon Sect was destroyed, Demon Master Qinhua was a genius. He was also very belligerent and liked to challenge experts everywhere. R.S. After the destruction of the Purple Star Demon sect, he stayed in the secret realm of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years alone. Just as he said he had been lonely for too long, and he had not had a good battle with anyone for a long time. Even after he came out of the secret realm of heaven and earth, he still did not meet any opponents because he was too strong. The only one he met was probably De Ing from before. However, after he made a breakthrough in that battle and reached a new level, an expert at De Ing's level was no longer qualified to be his opponent. Now, only experts at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms were qualified to be his opponent. There were only 3 such experts in the entire divine beginning realm, including him. It was too difficult to meet them. Now that Elder Darkbone was standing in front of him, he naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Knowing this, Jian Wushuang did not stop him. Elder Darkbone, do you want to fight with me? Demon Master Qinhua asked directly. Elder Darkbone also looked at Demon Master Qinhua with a strange look, but then he smiled slightly. Experts at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms are indeed very difficult to meet in the divine beginning realm unless they are in the universe battlefield. Now that we can meet one, it doesn't matter if we fight. Hearing this, the surrounding people could not help but become excited. Elder Darkbone had obviously accepted the challenge. The fight between 2 experts at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms was certainly exciting. After all, we're in the 9-tailed clan. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight freely. Let's find another place, Elder Darkbone said. Okay. Demon Master Qinhua nodded, and then the 2 directly rushed out of the ancestral land of the 9-tailed clan. Let's go and take a look. Jian Wushuang, Life Fall King, Shower, Axe 1 Master. Marquis Duanyu, Star Saint Master, and Shadow Fox Master did not want to miss the battle and followed them. They came to an empty space not far from the ancestral land of the 9-tailed clan. Then they made way for a huge battlefield with Demon Master Qinhua and Elder Darkbone standing in the center of the battlefield. A golden fist glove appeared in the hands of Demon Master Qinhua. This fist glove was given to me by Master when Purple Star Devil Sect was still around. Later, I found someone to refine and strengthen it. Finally, it was upgraded to a top-tier true treasure. Its name is Golden God. Demon Master Qinhua said indifferently. Top-tier true treasure? Elder Darkbone smiled. A top-tier true treasure from the divine beginning realm. It's powerful, but it's nothing compared to a universe true treasure. However, today's battle is just a sparring match. To be fair, I won't use a universe true treasure. I got this blade many years ago, but I've never used it since. I'll use it to fight you today. As Elder Darkbone spoke, a pitch-black blade appeared in his hand. This blade looked ordinary, but anyone could feel a shocking coldness from it. Without a doubt, this blade was also a top-tier true treasure, but it was clearly not Elder Darkbone's strongest godly weapon. There was nothing he could do about it. Elder Darkbone had lived for too long, and he often went to the universe battlefield to explore. He even had a lot of universe true treasures, many of which were more powerful than the top-tier true treasures in the absolute beginning godly world. As for Demon Master Qinhua, he had never been to the universe battlefield, and he had stayed in the universe secret region for a long time, so he had no chance to collect more powerful true treasures. The glove in his hand was indeed his most powerful godly weapon. Sinking fire! Make your move! Elder Darkbone said with a faint smile. Even though he was facing Demon Master Qinhua, who was at the same level as him and was at the pinnacle of the 6 levels of the void space, Elder Darkbone still looked very relaxed. It was as if Demon Master Qinhua was not really in his heart. And Demon Master Qinhua had also noticed this. Although he was not angry, he had already used his actions to express his dissatisfaction. Boom! A sudden explosion of air could be heard. The void where Demon Master Qinhua was originally had instantly turned into nothingness. His figure had already disappeared in that void, and when he reappeared he had already arrived in front of Elder Darkbone. At the same time, his right hand had already turned into a huge star, directly striking toward Elder Darkbone. When Elder Darkbone saw this, he unhurriedly slashed out with his blade. This blade was soft, as if it did not possess any power. However, as the blade light passed by, an empty tunnel appeared. In the blink of an eye, the fist of the Demon Master clashed with the blade light. Pung! The void exploded on the spot, and a black hole with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters appeared in this vast world. Black hole! What a huge black hole! This area is simply unbelievable. The strongest expert of the 6 void realms is indeed extraordinary. The surrounding 6 void realm principals, masters who were watching the battle, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Even though they were all at the 6 void realms, the gap between the ordinary 6 void realms and the pinnacle of the 6 void realms was too great. One had to know what was the pinnacle of the 6 void realms. That was after one had completely grasped and fused the 3 principles, comprehended the 4th principle, and grasped the 7th portion of the power of the will. But the ordinary 6 states of the void, including the experts at the peak of the 6 states of the void, only grasp 6 wills power. Compared to the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void, there was 1 less will's power, and the difference of 1 will's power. How huge was it? To put it bluntly, the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void actually did not belong to the scope of the 6 states of the void. Speaking of which, they could already be considered to have reached the 7 states of the void. They had an extra portion of will power compared to the 6 void realms. In terms of pure divine power, they were far above the 6 void realms. Just like now, when the Demon Master and Elder Darkbone were fighting, the 2 of them were clearly just casually attacking and did not use any ultimate moves or secret techniques. However, the power that burst out in that instant caused the several experts of the 6 void realms present to be shocked. The casual attack of the Demon Master and Elder Darkbone was not something that ordinary void 6-stage experts like them could achieve. At the same time, it was also something that they could not withstand. Walala! After the spatial black hole appeared, the void started to recover at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the Demon Master and Elder Darkbone had already retreated. Chapter 3487 was easily deciphered. Just comparing power, the 2 of them looked similar. Acts 1 Master said, "Very normal. Both are at the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void, and both have grasped 7 portions of willpower power. In terms of basic power, they are comparable. The only difference is that both have grasped the fusion principles, and who is more proficient in a head-on collision. But now, it seems that both have grasped the nature of the laws, and they are not too different." Marquis Duanyu laughed. "However, the power of the divine power is about the same, so it doesn't mean much." Acts 1 Master added, "As expected, in the center of the battlefield, the 2 people who had separated moved again. This time, the 2 of them moved at the same time, but in an instant, their figures disappeared from everyone's sight. While the spectators were still thinking of ways to capture the figures of the 2 of them, bang, a loud boom was heard. The 2 had already exchanged blows in the void of the battlefield. The power that burst out in an instant was earth-shaking, and the airwaves swept wildly. The spectators were affected by the power and immediately looked toward the source. However, when they looked over, they could not see anything. Instead, another violent boom was emitted from another void. Boom! 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 The booms came one after another. Not only Jian Wushuang, but even the rules masters of the 6 void realms could not catch the figures of Demon Master Qinhua and Elder Darkbone. They could only follow the booms to find their positions. However, when they followed the voice, they found that Demon Master Qinhua and Elder Darkbone were already in other places. It was too much for them to handle. Everyone's eyes could not keep up with the speed of Demon Master Qinhua and Elder Darkbone. Too fast, too fast! Principal's master of the 6 void realms, but I can't keep up with their speed. Indeed, the experts at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms are really terrifying. Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master could not help but exclaim in admiration. Even they could not keep up with the speed of Demon Master Qinhua and Elder Darkbone. So Jian Wushuang naturally could not keep up with them. This is true speed. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Although I have comprehended the space-time principles and am very good at speed, many experts of the 5 void realms can't keep up with me when I use my full strength. My speed is like a child's play compared to Senior Sinking Fire or Elder Darkbone. It's ridiculous. On the battlefield, the speed unleashed by Demon Master Qinhua and Elder Darkbone was indeed too shocking, and it was very obvious that the 2 of them were currently competing in speed. This competition lasted for a long period of time. The 2 of them had clashed nearly 100 times, but they were still unable to determine the victor. Haha, Demon Master Qinhua, your speed is indeed very impressive. Elder Darkbone let out a strange laugh. Among the principles I control, there are 2 major principles, wind and thunder. I myself am quite good at speed, but I didn't expect that my full speed would still be unable to surpass yours. Demon Master Qinhua narrowed his eyes. Just based on speed, it is impossible to determine the victor. You should bring out your true ability. Elder Darkbone laughed. As you wish. Demon Master Chenyuo's face was cold. A majestic power had begun to gather around him. At the same time, a rich golden light began to erupt from the scarlet gold glove on his right hand. Here it comes, the ultimate move of Qinhua. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. The 2 most powerful ultimate moves of Demon Master Qinhua were Divine Destruction and Dragon God Destruction. Judging from the power accumulated by Demon Master Qinhua and his movements, he must have intended to use Divine Destruction first. Boom! Heaven and earth shook and endless golden light gathered. In the blink of an eye, a huge golden sun rose up. The golden sun brought with it an incomparably terrifying impact force as it crushed toward Elder Darkbone. Although they stood outside the battlefield and were far away from the golden sun, the spectators, including the principals masters of the 6 void realms, could not help but feel a sense of fear when they saw the golden sun. I could not help but feel a sense of dread. It was as if the golden sun were to come at them, and they would not be able to resist it. But as a golden sun target of Demon Master Qinhua, but only a faint smile, followed by the hands of the pitch-black sword again cut out, is still light, as if there is no strength of a knife, but the moment the knife light cut out, but with a sense of destruction. Instantly, the saber light flashed through the golden sun, directly splitting it in half. The earth-shaking might contained within the golden sun also retreated to the sides. My sky god annihilation was actually broken so easily. Seeing the result in front of him, even the Demon Master Qinhua could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Demon Master Qinhua, do you have any more powerful ultimate moves? Elder Darkbone still looked at the Demon Master Qinhua with a faint smile. Humph. Demon Master Qinhua snorted coldly, and in an instant his majestic might once again condensed. The sky was still filled with golden light, and it was still that enormous golden sun. However, at this moment, the golden sun that Demon Master Qinhua displayed was a full size larger than before. Furthermore, this golden sun had a wildness that the previous golden sun did not have. This wildness was as if this golden sun could explode at any time. Dragon God Destruction. The most powerful ultimate move of the Demon Master Qinhua had already been fully displayed in his hands. At this moment, the Demon Master Qinhua had also used his full strength. And looking at the golden sun at this moment, Elder Darkbone's gaze finally tightened. Not only has he broken through to the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void, he has even created the most powerful ultimate move. Interesting. Elder Darkbone smiled again, following which the pitch-black battle saber in his hand slashed out once again. Hua! This saber was no longer the soft and feeble one from before. This saber strike was rather swift and fierce, and it was indomitable. In the blink of an eye, the saber light had already slashed onto the golden sun, and in an instant the golden sun split apart. However, before the shocking might contained within the golden sun started to erupt, that pitch-black saber light already had a world-destroying intent. It completely annihilated the power contained in the golden sun. In other words, the huge golden sun had already been annihilated by the saber light of Elder Darkbone before it could even erupt with its proper power. Elder Darkbone was still able to easily neutralize Demon Master Chenuo's most powerful move, Dragon God Annihilation. How is this possible? Demon Master Chenhua was stunned. He blocked it so easily. Jian Wushuang was also very surprised. It's a little too powerful. Axe One Master and the others also widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 3488. He had lived for far too long. Demon Master Chenhua, I've already asked you to attack twice. Furthermore, you've already used your strongest move. Next, you should also receive my blade. Elder Darkbone smiled faintly. Demon Master Chenhua immediately prepared himself. Under everyone's gaze, Elder Darkbone attacked once again. Hua! Elder Darkbone did not take too long to gather his strength before he casually slashed out with his blade. This slash was indeed very casual. It did not seem like he was using any powerful ultimate move. Moreover, after the battle blade attacked, the void in front of him did not even have the slightest ripple. There was not even a blade light. Elder Darkbone's blade did not seem to have any effect on the surrounding void, nor did it have any power bursting out. Seeing this scene, the few people watching the battle revealed puzzled expressions. Even the Demon Master, Chenhua, frowned slightly. However, suddenly, the expression of the Demon Master Chenhua changed. His right hand instantly gathered a majestic power and exploded toward the void in front of him. Bang! His fist smashed into the void in front of him. There was actually a formless and terrifying blade light charging over. Fortunately, Demon Master Chenhua reacted in time. In any case, this formless blade light had directly struck his body. Even though he reacted, the power contained within that formless blade light was still not something that Demon Master Chenuo's last-minute punch could compare to. After an intense explosion sounded, Demon Master Chenuo's body suddenly shot out. He directly shot to the edge of the battlefield before he finally came to a stop. He regained his balance, but at this moment he was shocked. He looked at his right hand with a look of disbelief. Elder Darkbone had already put away his blade and looked at him again. Darkfire Demon Master, you don't have to be too surprised. You may not know this, but I have lived for a very long time. During this long time, I have been to the universe battlefield many times and met countless great beings. I have even met many ruler-level great beings in the universe battlefield. And even in the universe battlefield, there are no restrictions on the ruler-level experts. Under the premise that they can unleash their strongest strength, this old man still has the confidence to survive in the hands of an ordinary ruler-level expert. As for the experts at the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void, this old man has met even more in the universe battlefield. But among these experts at the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void, other than D. Shursan from the 7-star Mysteria sect, there is really no one who is a match for this old man. You have just broken through to the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void not long ago, so it is very normal for your strength to be inferior to this old man. Right. Life Fall King laughed. But in terms of strength, Elder Darkbone is indeed much stronger than ordinary experts at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms. It is precisely because of this that he was able to survive against a ruler-level expert, which is why he has the qualifications to befriend me. As for you, Demon Master Chenhua, you have just broken through to the pinnacle of the 6 void realms, yet you are already so strong. It is already very rare, but if you want to challenge Xinhua, you are still lacking quite a bit. I was defeated in this battle. I am completely convinced of my defeat, Demon Master Xinhua said directly. He could already tell that although he was already on the same level as Elder Darkbone, Elder Darkbone was far stronger than him in terms of true strength. This could be seen from Elder Darkbone's extremely casual manner when he fought with him. When Elder Darkbone fought with him, he should not have used his full strength. Moreover, Elder Darkbone himself had said that even in the universe battlefield, he was confident that he could survive in front of a ruler-level expert. This ability was something that even the Demon Master Xinhua felt inferior to. One had to know that a ruler-level expert, even in the divine beginning realm, was still stronger than a saint realm master under the restriction of the will of the heavenly Tao. In the universe battlefield, a ruler-level expert could display his peak strength without any restrictions. His combat strength was definitely dozens of times stronger than that of a master of the saint realm, or even more. In the face of such absolute strength, Demon Master Xinhua was confident in his survival. One could only imagine how powerful he was. All right, you too, this battle ends here. Jian Wushuang had already walked forward. He glanced at Demon Master Xinhua and asked, "How do you feel, Xinhua?" "How can a loser feel? I still don't understand the last move he made," Demon Master Xinhua said. "Yes, we don't understand the move either. What's going on?" Axe One Master asked. The last blade that Elder Darkbone used was indeed a little too strange. That was because, in their view, that blade did not produce any ripples and did not affect the void at all. They did not even see where the blade light was. Even Demon Master Xinhua did not sense the blade light at the beginning. It was only later that he could sense it because the blade light was attacking him. And seeing everyone's puzzled look, Elder Darkbone laughed. "Actually, that blade of mine was nothing. In terms of power, it was slightly weaker than the strongest move of Demon Master Xinhua. However, that blade of mine was somewhat illusory. This is also related to the principles that I have grasped. Of course, the main reason is that I have been roaming the universe battlefield for too long and have fought with all kinds of experts. There are many top-tier warriors fighting with each other. During these battles, they have naturally comprehended some unique ultimate moves. For example, that blade just now is considered a unique ultimate move. In the future, if you have roamed the universe battlefield for a long time and fought with many top-tier warriors, you might also be able to comprehend some unique ultimate moves. Is that so?" Everyone could understand. Elder Darkbone's blade was indeed strange, but when they thought about how long he had lived, everyone felt relieved. He had lived for such a long time and fought with countless top-tier great beings. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if he could not comprehend some special techniques and ultimate moves. Although I have reached the pinnacle of the 6 void realms, I have never been to the universe battlefield. Demon Master Xinhua could not help but say. "Sa, neither have I," Jian Wushuang said. At the same time, he immediately remembered that among the few opportunities left by Shui Bei in the Blood North Secret Realm, there was a star map of the universe battlefield. The star map was to go to a special place, but since he had never been to the universe battlefield, he naturally had not been there. The universe battlefield is the real paradise for experts. It seems that after I finish what I've done here and extract Shuang'er's soul, I'll have to go to the universe battlefield to experience it, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Chapter 3489 Spirit Ancestors Shock. Well, the sparring is over. Next, we should discuss how to deal with De-ing and the Blood Clan, Shower said. With the addition of Mr. Elder Darkbone and Lord Life Fall King, the strength of our camp has greatly increased. With such strength, we don't need to discuss how to deal with the Blood Clan and De-ing, who is already in a weakened state with a severely injured soul. We can just fight them directly, Axe One Master said. That's right. We already have absolute strength, so we don't need to waste time. We can attack directly. But before that, I have to invite someone, Jian Wushuang said. Who? Shower looked over. Spirit Ancestor, Jian Wushuang said. The reason I want to kill the Blood Clan's Grandmaster is because of the agreement between me and Spirit Ancestor. Now that we're going to attack the Blood Clan, we naturally have to invite her to witness it. Once she arrives, we'll attack immediately. Sure. Shower nodded. Elder Darkbone, Light Fall King, and Axe One Master naturally did not have any objections. On the same day, Jian Wushuang sent a message to Spirit Ancestor. A few days later, Spirit Ancestor arrived at the Nine-Tailed Clan. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I already know what you did in the Demon Realm with the Divine Moon Palace. Now that you've specially invited me here, are you planning to attack the Blood Clan? Spirit Ancestor asked directly when she saw Jian Wushuang. Spirit Ancestor, don't worry. Come with me first. Jian Wushuang smiled and led Spirit Ancestor to a palace below. Spirit Ancestor followed Jian Wushuang to the palace. However, as soon as she stepped into the palace, she immediately saw many figures sitting in the palace. At the same time, she also felt the rich and powerful auras emitted by these figures. 6 realms of the void, so many experts of the 6 realms of the void. Even though the Spirit Ancestor was experienced and knowledgeable, she was also shocked by the lineup before her. One must know that even the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, one of the 3 great freedom alliances of the Divine Beginning Realm, did not have as many principals, masters of the 6 realms of the void who stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm all year round. Not to mention, other than a few principals, masters of the 6 realms of the void, she could not even sense the specific level of a few others. This made her even more shocked. Spirit Ancestor, let me introduce you first. This is Miss Shower, the Palace Master of Divine Moon Palace. She created Divine Moon Palace by herself, and now she has regained control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Jian Wushuang said. Palace Master of Divine Moon Palace? Spirit Ancestor was stunned, but when she saw Shower, she was a little surprised. She did not know that Palace Master of Divine Moon Palace was only in the 4th realm of the Void Realm. However, what Jian Wushuang said next shocked her. This is Lord Su, Miss Shower Servant. Next to him is Master of Shadow Fox of the Nine-Tailed Clan. You should have heard of him. Lord Su? Servant? Ancestor Spirit was shocked. These 3 are Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master, Jian Wushuang introduced. However, as Axe One Master had warned him not to reveal the existence of Star Palace, he did not mention that the 3 of them were from Star Palace. Spirit Ancestor looked at Axe One Master and the other 2 with a strange expression. Although she was a loner and never paid attention to the outside world, she knew most of the powerful principals, masters in the Divine Beginning Realm. However, she had never heard of Axe One Master and the other 2. Then, Jian Wushuang brought Spirit Ancestor to Demon Master Chenhua. This is Demon Master Chenhua, Jian Wushuang said. I know him. He was with you when you came to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. He is so strong that even Spirit Ancestor thought he was weaker than you, Spirit Ancestor said. Yes, but not long ago, Chenyuo's strength improved after the battle with Ding. Now he has reached the pinnacle of the 6 void realms, Jian Wushuang said. What? Spirit Ancestor was shocked and looked at Demon Master Chenhua with a humble expression. Spirit Ancestor, this is Elder Darkbone. You should have heard of him, Jian Wushuang said. Elder Darkbone. Spirit Ancestor glanced at Elder Darkbone and said with a smile, Mr. Elder Darkbone, long time no see. How have you been? Haha, last time I saw you, you were still seeking revenge against the Blood Clan for your husband's death. I didn't expect Heavenly Sword Marquis to invite me to kill the clan leader of the Blood Clan to make a deal with you. Elder Darkbone laughed, leisurely. Obviously, he had interacted with Spirit Ancestor before. Spirit Ancestor could not help but smile. Spirit Ancestor, there's one more. This is Life Fall King, a good friend of Elder Darkbone. This time, he came with Elder Darkbone. In addition, Life Fall King is a ruler-level expert, Jian Wushuang said. Ruler level. Spirit Ancestor was shocked and immediately looked at Life Fall King in shock. At the same time, he bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, my lord!" Life Fall King only glanced at Spirit Ancestor and did not say anything. Spirit Ancestor, all of you here are the experts who came with me to the Blood Clan to kill the Blood Clan leader for you. Do you still feel satisfied? Jian Wushuang said, "Yes, of course I'm satisfied." Spirit Ancestor was extremely excited at this moment. Her body was even slightly trembling. After all, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Before this, she really could not find any way to kill the Blood Clan leader. Later, when she finally met Jian Wushuang, she saw that Jian Wushuang had great potential and unlimited possibilities. It just so happened that Jian Wushuang needed her help, so she made such a request to kill the Blood Clan leader. In fact, she knew that such a request was indeed a bit too much, but she had no choice but to seize this slim chance. She did not expect that Jian Wushuang would actually agree to her request and kill the Blood Clan leader for her with all his strength. Moreover, he had invited a lineup that was simply shocking to her. 5 ordinary experts of the 6 Void Realms, 2 experts of the ultimate of the 6 Void Realms, and a true Saint Master Realm expert. If such a lineup could not kill the Blood Clan leader, it meant that she would not be able to avenge her husband in the future. Spirit Ancestor, since you are satisfied with this lineup, then what I said before. Jian Wushuang looked at Spirit Ancestor. Heaven Marquis, don't worry. It would be good if we could successfully kill the Blood Clan leader during this trip. Even if we are lucky enough to let the Blood Clan leader escape, as long as everyone here has done their best, I will not have any regrets. I will still do my best to help you do that, Spirit Ancestor said. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 3490 Target. The Blood Clan. In that case, let's not waste any time. Let's go to the Blood Clan now. Jian Wushuang suggested. The surrounding people looked at each other and nodded. Then they set off directly, because their purpose this time was to kill De-ing and the Blood Clan leader. They did not want to wipe out the Blood Clan. Therefore, they were the only ones who set off to the Blood Clan. As for the principals, masters of the Divine Moon Palace, and the 9-tailed clan who were below the 6th realm of the Void Realm, none of them went. The Blood Clan land was far away from the 9-tailed clan. It would take a long time for ordinary experts to travel, but this time almost all the experts who went to the Blood Clan were above the 6th realm of the Void Realm. They traveled at a terrifying speed. In less than half a day, they had arrived outside the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. When they arrived, the Blood Clan did not receive any news. The entire Blood Clan was very calm, but the clan-protecting formation of the Blood Clan had been operating normally. Marquis Duanyu, it's up to you. Jian Wushuang glanced at Marquis Duanyu. Leave it to me, but if any experts of the Blood Clan come out, please block them for me. Don't let them affect me, Marquis Duanyu said. Don't worry. With our formation there, no one from the Blood Clan will dare to come out, Jian Wushuang said. Marquis Duanyu nodded and immediately rushed toward the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. There was a huge formation outside the ancestral land, which was the protection formation of the Blood Clan. Marquis Duanyu appeared next to the formation and began to crack it. However, it was the protection array of the Divine Clan after all. Its power level was extremely high. Marquis Duanyu's act of cracking it openly caused quite a commotion. In a secret room in the ancestral land of the Blood Clan, this secret room was extremely hidden. Even many of the elders and high-level experts of the Blood Clan did not know of the existence of such a secret room, let alone an innocent intruder. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting in this secret chamber. One of them was wearing a blood robe. His face was thin, but his skin was extremely ruddy, as if it was stained with a layer of faint blood. He was the clan leader of the Blood Clan, also known as the Blood Master. As for the other person, he was wearing a black robe. His entire body was wrapped in the black robe, so it was impossible to see his exact appearance. Moreover, the aura emitted from his body was also extremely cold. There was even an extremely evil aura. Yama, what does your master mean by that? The Blood Master frowned and asked. Blood Master, don't be anxious. Under the black robe, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. It's not that you don't know my master's position. This matter involves not only the Nine-Tailed Clan, but also Heavenly Sword Marquis. As you know, Heavenly Sword Marquis, even the 3 Great Saint Realms can't do anything to him now. They have no intention of attacking him for the time being. No matter what, my master still has to stand with the 3 Great Saint Realms on the surface. If my master really wants to help you at all costs, that would be to directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Heavenly Sword Marquis. At that time, we still don't know what will happen to Heavenly Sword Marquis. However, the 3 Saint Realm Masters will definitely blame my master. Humph! With your master's strength and methods, are you afraid that the 3 Saint Realm Masters will blame him? The Blood Master coldly glanced at the black-robed man. Of course. After all, my master is currently living under someone else's roof. He has to listen to the 3 Saint Realm Masters, more or less. It is obvious that the 3 Saint Realm Masters want to follow the Heavenly Sword Marquis and find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. However, if the Heavenly Sword Marquis is alerted because of my master's rash attack, the 3 Saint Realm Masters will definitely be unhappy, the black-robed man said indifferently. In other words, your master is not willing to get involved in this matter. The Blood Master said coldly, I didn't say that, but in my opinion, since you sincerely want to cooperate with my master will not reject you so easily. Otherwise, he would not have sent me here personally. It can be said that my master is still willing to cooperate with you, Blood Master. However, my master has a lot of things to worry about now, so he has not made a definite decision. He'll have to wait a little longer and see what the situation is like before deciding, the black-robed man said. It depends on the situation. The Blood Master was shocked and angry. Humph! If we look at the situation again, the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Marquis of Sword will attack us. It's not necessary. Even if the Heavenly Sword Marquis joins hands with the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Divine Moon Palace, their lineup is indeed much stronger than the Blood Clan. However, the Blood Clan now has not only you, but also Daing. With you 2 experts at the peak of the 6 states of the void, what can they do to you with only 1 expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void? Besides, I'm among the Blood Clansmen now. If they really attack, I'll naturally lend you a hand, the black-robed man said. With your words, I feel a little relieved. The Blood Master let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the Blood Master's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. What's wrong? The black-robed man looked over. It's a formation. Our clan's protective formation has been attacked, and the formation spirit told me that that person is using a special method to break the formation. If he continues to break the formation like that, it won't be long before the formation spirit can't hold on any longer. The Blood Master said in a deep voice, Break the formation. The black-robed man stood up in shock. It's the Nine-Tailed Clan. It must be the Nine-Tailed Clan's people who have come to kill us. There's also that Heavenly Sword Marquis. At this time, only they would dare to attack us, and only their people can break our clan's formation so quickly. The Blood Master immediately became nervous. Ding told me before that the array of the Nine-Tailed Clan was broken by a mysterious expert of the 6 states of the void in the camp of the Divine Moon Palace. The array of the Nine-Tailed Clan is a 5-element array from the universe battlefield. However, in terms of level, it's higher than the array of the Blood Clan. Even the array of the Nine-Tailed Clan can't withstand it. Naturally, the array of the Blood Clan will also be broken by that person. The black-robed man's aura surged as he said leisurely, I didn't expect that the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis would actually dare to attack the Blood Clan so quickly. Where did they get their courage from? It's over now. They've already charged over. We should think of a way to stop them first, the Blood Master said in a deep voice. Don't be anxious. The black-robed man waved his sleeve and said in a deep voice, Blood Master, didn't you invite many experts who are skilled in formations to prevent the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis from attacking? These experts can be used now. Chapter 3491, Array Defense. Yes, I almost forgot. These experts, who are good at array formations, all have an extremely high level of research in array formations. Moreover, they came to the inner part of our blood clan very early and began to study our clan's protective array formations. They already have a very good understanding of our clan's protective array formations. As for the person who broke the formation invited by the Nine-Tailed Clan, although he has a very high attainment in formations, he is only one person. Moreover, he is outside the formation, so he can break the formation outside. The experts I invited are constantly repairing and fighting against him inside the formation. With so many people working together with the formation spirit, I don't believe he can break our clan's protective formation. A cold smile appeared on the Blood Master's face. He had long been on guard against the Nine-Tailed Clan and Jian Wushuang. In particular, he had learned from De Ying that the Nine-Tailed Clan had been conquered largely because the clan's protective array had been broken by someone. That meant that the other party must have an expert in array formation. Therefore, in order to be on the safe side, he had paid a great price to invite many experts with high attainments in array formation. Now these experts could be used. Following the Blood Master's instructions, the experts who were good at the field of formation quickly began to cooperate with the spirit of the formation to fight against Marquis Duan Yu. As the Blood Clan already knew that the Nine-Tailed Clan and Jian Wushuang had come to attack, they were also on full alert. The entire Blood Clan could be said to be on full alert. In the void outside the Blood Clan, Jian Wushuang and the others were also waiting quietly. They waited for a full hour. Something is wrong. Axe 1 Master frowned and said, Marquis Duan Ye's attainments in the Tao of Formation have long reached the peak. Even the 5 elemental formation of the Nine-Tailed Clan did not take him long to crack without anyone's influence. However, the Guardian formation of the Blood Clan is not as high level or as complicated as the 5 elemental formation of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Yet, Marquis Duan Yu still hasn't cracked it after an hour? Yes, it's a little strange. Jian Wushuang nodded. However, they did not go up to him to ask about it, because Marquis Duan Yu was still breaking the formation and the Blood Clan did not send any experts to disturb him. At this moment, Marquis Duan Yu, who had been in the middle of breaking the formation, finally opened his eyes and got up to return. Marquis Duan Yu, how is it? Axe 1 Master hurriedly asked. You look like you've run into some trouble. Jian Wushuang also asked. I did run into some trouble. Marquis Duan Yu nodded and said, the level of this formation isn't very high, and I've known about it before. As long as no one interferes with me, it's easy to break this formation. But I didn't expect that the Blood Clan had been prepared. Prepared? Everyone was puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than a dozen or more experts who are proficient in array within the Blood Clan. These experts already have a very good understanding of the Blood Clan's protective array. If they work together and cooperate with the spirit of this array, they will continue to tangle with me. As soon as I break a place, they will immediately repair or change that place. They will constantly obstruct me, making it impossible for me to break this array. Marquis Duan Yu said, Is that so? Everyone immediately understood. Previously, when they saw that no one from the Blood Clan had walked out of the formation, they thought that no one could affect Marquis Duan Yu. They did not expect that the Blood Clan could actually make those experts who were good at formations. It had a great impact on Marquis Duan Yu from inside the formation. However, That Blood Clan leader has clearly underestimated me. Marquis Duan Yu smiled again. He thought that by inviting these experts who are good at arrays to obstruct me from cracking the array formation from the inside, he would be able to ensure that this array formation is complete. However, he didn't know that the experts he invited who are good at arrays are just a bunch of useless chickens and dogs. Their understanding of arrays might be at the level of a master in the divine beginning realm. However, if they were placed in the universe battlefield, they wouldn't even be able to compare. They don't know how changeable the array is, nor do they know how many ways to break it. For example, the one I used to break it one by one is just one of the ways to break it. But there are more ways to break it. They have never come into contact with it. So how can they really hinder me? So, Marquis Duanyu, you already have a way to break the array? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, I have secretly arranged many methods in the magic array during the fight with them. Now, as long as I activate these methods at the same time, the magic array will be in a temporary state of stagnation. In this short period of time, only one of you, Demon Master Qinhua or Mr. Elder Darkbone, can easily break this magic array. Marquis Duan, said. Amazing! Axe One Master could not help but exclaim. In that case, Qinhua, please help Marquis Duanyu to break the formation, Jian Wushuang said. Sure. Demon Master Qinhua nodded slightly and then walked toward the formation with Marquis Duanyu. Demon Master Qinhua, this is the place. As long as you stand here, you can attack the formation immediately if I ask you to. It doesn't need to be very powerful. With the strength of an expert at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms, you can break the formation with just one attack, Marquis Duan, said. Understood. Demon Master, Qinhua nodded. As for Marquis Duanyu, he closed his eyes and began to activate the techniques he left behind in the array. A moment later, Marquis Duanyu's eyes opened once again. At this moment, Demon Master Qinhua, make your move. Marquis Duanyu shouted. Demon Master Qinhua did not hesitate. He raised his right hand and a majestic might condensed in it. Following that, he punched out toward the array in front of him. The fist smashed into the light membrane of the magic formation like a meteorite. Because the magic formation was in a temporary state of stagnation, it was impossible to distribute all the power of Demon Master Chenyuo's punch to every corner. Moreover, the spot where Demon Master Qinhua attacked was the weak point of the magic formation. Therefore, the punch instantly blew a big hole in the light membrane of the magic formation. The appearance of the big hole immediately caused the entire formation to collapse. The overwhelming power began to retreat frantically. In a short while, the protective formation of the Blood Clan had disappeared, and the Blood Clan had been completely exposed to Jian Wushuang and the others. Axe One Master, Star Saint Master, Lord Su, and Lord Shadow Fox. Marquis Duanyu shouted in a low voice. Axe One Master, Star Saint Master, Lord Su, and Lord Shadow Fox were already prepared. They were standing in 4 corners of the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. After hearing Marquis Duanyu shout, the 4 of them attacked at the same time. Instantly, with Marquis Duanyu as the core, a brand new array formation was formed. This array formation was the Nether Jade 5-kill array formation. Chapter 3492 Charge into the Blood Clan in the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. The Blood Master initially thought that the experts who were skilled in arrays that he had invited had successfully stopped Marquis Duanyu from breaking the array. He was originally extremely happy, but suddenly the protective array of the Blood Clan was broken. This sudden change caused the Blood Master to turn pale with fright. The entire Blood Clan became extremely nervous. The many high-level experts of the Blood Clan all rose up with solemn expressions, especially when the Nether Jade 5-kill formation around the Blood Clan was formed. The Blood Clan experts all felt a trace of panic in their hearts. What's going on? Wasn't the person who broke the formation already blocked? How did he break it all of a sudden? What's going on? The Blood Master's expression was unsightly as he continuously roared. It's too late to say this now. The formation has been broken. This is the truth. However, even if the formation is broken, the combined forces of the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis might not be able to do anything to you. The mysterious, black-robed man beside him said. The Blood Master's gaze darkened as he nodded to himself. At this moment, De-Ing, who was originally in seclusion within the Blood Clan, was alarmed by the commotion here. He had also forcefully broken through and appeared beside the Blood Master. Blood Master, what's going on? De-Ing frowned as she looked around at the huge formation that had formed around her. That formation had brought her quite a bit of pressure. What else can be going on? Isn't it just the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis that are charging over? Humph. You clearly know that there are 2 experts at the peak of the 6 states of the void in our Blood Clan. Yet you still dare to charge in. You really have guts. The Blood Master snorted coldly. He then looked at De-Ing. De-Ing, how has your strength recovered during these few days of closed-door cultivation? The backlash to my soul was too severe previously. I was only in closed-door cultivation for such a short period of time, and my battle strength was unable to recover to its peak. Now, I can only display close to 70% of my battle strength. De-Ing said, close to 70%? That's about it. If you and I join hands, a mere expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void would not be able to take us down. If it really doesn't work, isn't Elder Darkbone around? The Blood Master glanced at the black-robed man beside him. Don't worry, Blood Master. If it comes to a critical moment, I will take action, the black-robed man said. That's good. The Blood Master nodded slightly. After the Nether Jade 5-kill formation was set up, Jian Wushuang and the others who had been waiting outside finally walked into the Blood Clan ancestors' land and soon appeared in front of the Blood Master, De-Ing, and the others. De-Ing, do you think you can hide in the Blood Clan and live in peace? Shower stared at De-Ing with a cold face. Humph, Deji, I admire you. Not only are you able to find so many powerful helpers, but you are also very good at setting up formations. If I'm not wrong, the formations you are setting up around here should be used to prevent me from escaping, right? De-Ing said in a low voice. That's right. This array is prepared to kill experts like you who have reached the peak of the 6 states of the void. This array is called the Nether Jade 5-kill array. It is formed by the joint efforts of 5 experts of the 6 states of the void. De-Ing, if you have the ability, you can go and try to see if you can escape from this array. Shower said with a cold smile. The array formed by 5 experts of the 6 states of the void? De-Ying's face sank. Actually, there was no need to try. When she was trapped in the formation and felt the power of the formation, she had guessed that it would be difficult for her to break out of the formation. Even if she joined hands with the Blood Masters and Yama, it would be difficult for her to break out of the formation. However, even if she could not break out of the formation, it did not mean that they would die. After all, this was the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. There were many Blood Clan experts present, and there were also the Blood Master and Yama. De-Ing had some confidence. Deji, since you want to kill me, then bring out all your methods. I want to see if you really have the ability, said De-Ing. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Shower smiled coldly. At this moment, the spirit ancestor also took a step forward and stared at the Blood Master. He said in a low voice, Blood Master, do you still remember me? Oh, isn't this the spirit ancestor of the Heavenly Ancestor Dawa sect? Why, are you also involved in today's battle? However, what can you do with your strength? The Blood Master stared at the spirit ancestor with a strange smile. Although the spirit ancestor was also the ruler of the rules of the 6 states of the void, her combat strength was still far from the peak of the 6 states of the void. She was only slightly better at the aspect of the soul. The Blood Master did not take her to heart at all. Yes, I can't threaten you with my strength alone, but I'm afraid you don't know that it's because of me that Heavenly Sword Marquis is willing to spend so much effort to kill you?" Spirit Ancestor said coldly, "What did you say?" The Blood Master frowned immediately. "Blood Master, Spirit Ancestor is right," Jian Wushuang said at this moment. "The reason why I didn't hesitate to attack the Blood Clan was because I had an agreement with Spirit Ancestor that I would help her kill you. Without this reason, who would dare to attack the Blood Clan, one of the 4 divine clans?" "I see," the Blood Master said. "I didn't expect that Spirit Ancestor, whom I didn't take seriously before, would bring so much trouble to the Blood Clan. Fortunately, even if you attack the Blood Clan and break the clan protection array, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me and Ing in the Blood Clan with your current lineup. It's true that we're not enough. Even the Demon Master Qinhua, who is by my side, would find it difficult to kill either of you. But do you think that's all I'm prepared for?" Jian Wushuang chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked over from the void behind him. These 2 figures were Elder Darkbone and Life Fall King. Blood Master, right? I've never met you before. However, the previous 3 chiefs of your Blood Clan have met me many times. Elder Darkbone's laughter echoed in this world. The moment the Blood Master saw Elder Darkbone, his pupils shrank. You are Elder Darkbone." The Blood Master's face changed drastically. "How can that be? I thought you never cared about the fights between the forces of the divine beginning realm. Why are you willing to help Heavenly Sword Marquis now?" "It's up to me whether I want to join the fights between the forces of the divine beginning realm or not. If I'm willing to help Heavenly Sword Marquis, who in the divine beginning realm can do anything about it." Elder Darkbone sneered. Hearing Elder Darkbone's reply, the Blood Master and Ying's faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 3493 Yama. Previously, Jian Wushuang only had one Demon Master, Demon Master Qinhua. Although he was also at the pinnacle of the 6th realm of the void, they were not too afraid of him. After all, it was almost impossible for Demon Master Qinhua to kill them alone. Even if he used a magic formation to trap them completely, he could not kill them. However, it would be completely different if there was an old monster named Elder Darkbone. Elder Darkbone was an old monster from the same era as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master and the Temporal Temple Master. He had lived for too long, and his strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, Elder Darkbone's methods were endless. He was famous for this. Even Saint Realm Masters did not dare to look down on him. One could imagine how terrifying this Elder Darkbone was. In the hearts of the Blood Master and Ing, Elder Darkbone's threat to them was undoubtedly incomparable to that of Demon Master Qinhua. Even if 2 Demon Masters of the Qinhua realm were tied together, in their eyes, they could not compare to Elder Darkbone. Under such circumstances, Elder Darkbone still had to join hands with Demon Master Qinhua to deal with them? All right, stop talking nonsense with them. Let's just attack, Jian Wushuang said. Our targets are only the Blood Master and Ing. However, this is the ancestor land of the Blood Clan. As one of the 4 great divine clans, the Blood Clan has many Principals Masters. Although these Principals Masters are not very strong, they can still cause us a lot of trouble if they join hands. So, Life Fall King, please help us, Elder Darkbone said with a smile. Sure. Life Fall King did not refuse. With a wave of his hand, a purplish-green jade pot appeared in his hand. This purplish-green jade pot did not give off any shocking true treasure aura. It looked ordinary. However, the moment Life Fall King took out the jade pot and opened its lid, beams of purplish-green light shot out in all directions like a spider web with the jade pot as its core. These purplish-green rays of light swept toward the many principals, masters of the Blood Clan, like a spider web. The sudden turn of events gave these principals, masters of the Blood Clan, a fright. They immediately attacked, wanting to shatter or block this purplish-green ray of light. Then, this purplish-green ray of light was incomparably tyrannical. Whenever it appeared in front of a principal's master, it would immediately wrap around this principal's master at a terrifying speed. However, no matter how this principal's master struggled, he could not get rid of the light beam. Even the principals, masters of the 5 void realms among the Blood Clan, who were stronger, could not get rid of the purplish-green light beam. They were also wrapped up and formed one purplish-green cocoon after another. In a short moment, all the principals, masters of the Blood Clan, were trapped in the purplish-green cocoon. This is Jian Wushuang and the others were secretly shocked by what they saw. At the same time, they were deeply impressed by the fact that they were masters of the divine realm. Even though the masters of the divine realm from the outside world were greatly restricted and could not show their peak strength, their skills were still impressive. Now, they could easily restrain all the principals, masters of the Blood Clan, with just a random item. Such skills were indeed incomparable to those of the principals' masters. These small characters have already been temporarily bound by me. Now it's up to you guys. Life Fall King laughed. Demon Master Chinhua, let's make our move. Elder Dark Bone glanced at Demon Master Chinhua. Demon Master Chinhua nodded slightly and then, So, these 2 ultimate experts of the 6 states of the void attacked at the same time. Both of them turned into streaks of light and appeared in front of the Blood Master and Daing, respectively. The 2 of them picked one opponent each and began to kill. The Blood Master and Daing naturally would not give up without a fight. The 2 of them immediately used all their skills to defend. What was worth mentioning was that Demon Master Chinhua was fighting the Blood Master, and Daing's combat strength was not at its peak. He could only use 70% of his strength, and he was fighting the even more terrifying Elder Dark Bone. Even at her peak, Daing would probably find it difficult to survive against Elder Dark Bone, let alone now. Elder Dark Bone had only casually attacked, but in just 2 short exchanges, Daing felt an enormous life and death crisis. This won't do. Elder Dark Bone is too strong. Even if he casually attacked now, I wouldn't be able to hold on. The moment he puts in a bit of effort, I might be instantly killed by him. Daing was incomparably terrified. She did not dare to continue fighting with Elder Dark Bone. She immediately looked at the black-robed man who had been standing at the edge of the battlefield. Yama, why aren't you attacking? Daing shouted in a low voice. Yama. Jian Wushuang frowned and fixed his eyes on the black-robed man. When he had just entered the ancestors' land of the Blood Clan and met the Blood Master, he had already noticed the black-robed man next to the Blood Master. This was because the aura emitted by this black-robed man was very strange. Just like the previous Demon Master Chinhua, he could not sense it at all. The method of concealing one's aura was so tyrannical. His strength was definitely not weak. And now, along with Daing's cry for help, a helpless voice came from under the black robe. I originally thought that with the Blood Master and Daing, the 2 strongest experts at the peak of the 6 states of the void, there would be no need for me to make a move. But now it seems that it is still not enough. After the black-robed man finished speaking, his body moved in a strange manner and arrived beside Daing. At the same time, he blocked the attack that Elder Darkbone had casually unleashed. Even though he blocked it, Elder Darkbone's casual attack was so powerful that it was frightening. The black-robed man was immediately forced back. Kiki, as expected of Elder Darkbone. His strength is really frightening. The black-robed man laughed coldly. If my guess is correct, you should be Yama from the Sorcerer God sect, right? Elder Darkbone looked at the black-robed man calmly. He was not the least bit surprised that the black-robed man was able to receive his attack. It is me. I am truly flattered to be able to say my name from Elder Darkbone's mouth. The black-robed man laughed. Don't be humble. In the Sorcerer God sect, other than the Sorcerer God and that mysterious prophet, your status should be the highest, and your strength is only second to the 2 of them. Although I rarely interact with the Sorcerer God sect, I have heard of you, Yama, Elder Darkbone said with a smile. It's just that I don't know when the Sorcerer God sect has become together with the Blood Clan. Today, you still want to stand up for the Blood Clan and this thing? I don't want to either. However, the Blood Clan and our Sorcerer Gods sect did have some history before. Now that everyone is attacking the Blood Clan in such a grand manner, and I happen to be present, I can't just pretend that I didn't see it, right? The black-robed fellow laughed. Chapter 3494 Fantasy Secret Skill. Now the question is, Elder Darkbone and everyone here, can we give up on this for the sake of the Sorcerer God sect? Pluto looked around at Jian Wushuang and the others and said calmly, outside the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, Xiaoyer, and spirit ancestors' faces darkened. They had thought that the trip to the Blood Clan would be a success and that no major changes would occur. They had not expected that the Sorcerer God sect would get involved in this matter. The Sorcerer God sect was an extremely terrifying force. Its leader, the Sorcerer God, was a ruler-level expert. The black-robed Pluto, who appeared in front of them, seemed to have reached the peak of the 6 void realms based on his aura. He knew that he was standing in front of Elder Darkbone. However, he did not show any fear. Obviously, he had the confidence to face Elder Darkbone. However, it was impossible for them to give up this plan. Sorcerer God sect? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The Sorcerer God's sect alone is not powerful enough to stop us. Yes, in today's battle, De Ying and the Blood Master will die. Unless your Sorcerer God comes, you alone cannot stop us, Xiaoyer said. The Sorcerer God comes personally? Haha, it has been hundreds of years, but I wonder if his injuries have all been healed? Jian Wushuang sneered. In the battle on the Saha Island, he had received the power of the entire Bloodwave realm from Bloodwave. His strength had soared, and he had fought against the Flame, Saint Master, and the Sorcerer God alone. He had also used his most powerful killing move. He had severely injured the 2 of them. This battle was also the battle that made Jian Wushuang famous. Although it had been hundreds of years, and the 2 of them had certainly recovered from their injuries, Jian Wushuang had brought up this matter to expose the scars of the Sorcerer God sect. Is that so? That's a pity. Pluto sighed and said slowly, since you don't want to leave, I can only try my best to stop you. With just you. Underworld Emperor looked at Pluto mockingly and then slashed out with one hand. A cold blade light instantly slashed out. This blade light, even if it was not used by a supreme treasure divine weapon, the instant it burst out, it still easily tore open space. The blade light carried a sharp power that seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. It even made the surrounding spectators jump in fear. His strength had reached Elder Darkbone's level, and he could destroy the world with just a raise of his hand. Seeing the blade light attacking, the Underworld Emperor was unmoved. Under his black robe, a strange smile spread out. Hua! The cold blade light directly passed through the Underworld Emperor's body, but it didn't touch any physical body. Instead, it completely passed through the Underworld Emperor's body. Oh! Underworld Emperor raised his brows and looked at Pluto with a hint of surprise. Thanks. In the divine beginning realm, everyone knows that Elder Darkbone, your strength is tyrannical and your methods are amazing. Even the masters of the Saint Realm wouldn't dare to underestimate you. I, Pluto, also know my own limits. Of course, am not your opponent in a head-on fight. However, as long as I don't fight you head-on, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do anything to me, said Pluto with a strange smile. I've clearly locked onto his god body. He didn't dodge when the saber light slashed at him, but this saber light didn't touch him. It's really strange, muttered Underworld Emperor. Then he slashed again with his right hand. The same saber light flew out again. However, the moment this saber light flew out, it split into 9. There were 9 saber lights, and each of them was extremely sharp. Moreover, they slashed at Pluto from 9 different directions at the same time. However, the Underworld Emperor still smiled. His body did not move at all. In the end, the 9-blade lights still did not touch anything substantial and passed through the Elder Darkbone's body. This scene caused Elder Darkbone's expression to change slightly. The surprise in his eyes became even denser. Could it be that the person in front of you is not your actual body, but merely an illusory body? Underworld Emperor frowned and asked, "Haha, Elder Darkbone, you really have good eyesight." Underworld Emperor laughed. Then, more and more strange black-robed figures appeared beside him. These black-robed figures, whether it was their appearance or the aura they emitted, were exactly the same as Underworld Emperor. Whether it was with the naked eye or soul perception, one could not tell the difference between them. However, these strange black-robed figures continued to appear, dozens, hundreds, and nearly 1,000. In a short while, nearly 1,000 black-robed figures appeared in the world. Each of them looked exactly like Pluto, and even their aura was the same. This, Jian Wushuang stood outside the battlefield and was shocked to see the thousands of black-robed figures appearing in the void in front of him, because, in his perception, any one of these black-robed figures was extremely powerful. It was a complete scene with Yama. He could not figure out which of these black-robed figures was Yama's real body. Illusion body's secret skill? Elder Darkbone could not help laughing when he saw the scene around him. These illusions are so interesting that even I can't tell if they are real or fake. Elder Darkbone, I told you that I'm not your opponent in a head-on fight. However, it won't be a problem if I keep you busy. Now that I'm standing in front of you, you can think of a way to find my real body. Or you can ignore me and continue to kill Daing. However, you have to get rid of me first. Pluto smiled faintly. Let's give it a try. Elder Darkbone casually moved his body. His terrifying speed, which Jian Wushuang could not see clearly, suddenly burst out. There was almost no trace left in the world. But suddenly, one of the nearly 1,000 black-robed figures struck out with lightning speed, and a sharp claw attacked the void in front of him. This claw was clearly aimed at the empty space. However, just as the claw was about to land in that empty space, Elder Darkbone's figure suddenly appeared. This claw was coincidentally aimed at Elder Darkbone, causing him to be unable to immediately wave his hand to block it. Naturally, Elder Darkbone's figure was also blocked. After his figure was blocked, Elder Darkbone's expression finally became a little grave. You can keep up with my speed, and even stop me in time. Your method is indeed powerful. Haha, it's just a small trick. It can't threaten you at all, Elder Darkbone. But as I said, it's almost impossible for you to break through my obstruction and kill Daing. Yama laughed. Chapter 3495 Fantasy Alliance Song Heaven World. Yama was very confident. Although he was not Elder Darkbone's opponent and did not dare to fight him directly, he was confident that Elder Darkbone would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, if he tried his best to stop him, Elder Darkbone would not be able to get away from him and get the chance to kill Daing. It seems like this old man is indeed having a hard time getting past you. Elder Darkbone nodded, but then he laughed. Haha, I didn't expect that after roaming the divine beginning realm for so long, I would one day be stopped by a peak level 6 void realm expert. Moreover, there's nothing I can do. Underworld Emperor, you're really capable. You flatter me, but the truth is right in front of us. Elder Darkbone, and everyone here, listen to my advice and leave, said Underworld Emperor. However, upon hearing this, Elder Darkbone laughed even more happily. Haha, interesting, this is really interesting. Beside the battlefield, Lifefall King, who had his hands behind his back, also smiled and said, Elder Darkbone, you have lost a lot of face this time. I have no choice. This old man did not expect that this Underworld Emperor actually knew the illusory heaven technique of the Fantasy Alliance. Moreover, he has already cultivated this secret technique to the great success stage. All the illusory bodies and the original body have long merged into one and can change at any time. I really can't do anything to him, said Elder Darkbone casually. Well, it's strange that he has cultivated the illusionary heaven skill to the profound realm. It's worthy of being one of the 6 secret skills of the Fantasy Alliance. Life Fall King nodded. Elder Darkbone and Life Fall King were talking to each other. They seemed to be having a pleasant conversation, which confused Jian Wushuang, Shower and Spirit Ancestor. Pluto's face darkened. How? How do you know the secret skill I used? And you know that I used the secret skill from the Fantasy Alliance? Elder Darkbone and Life Fall King looked at each other and laughed even more happily. Haha, Pluto, it's not your fault. Although I've been in the universe battlefield for a long time, I've never been to the Fantasy Alliance before, so I don't know the secret skill of the Fantasy Alliance. However, by chance, I've made a good friend. He's the one who came with me this time, Life Fall King. Elder Darkbone laughed. Life Fall King, introduce yourself. Sure. Life Fall King nodded slightly and looked at Pluto. He said in a low voice, I come from the Tsang Heaven world, which is right next to the Fantasy Alliance. Besides, the Tsang Heaven world and the Fantasy Alliance have always been mortal enemies. Since we are mortal enemies, of course I know some secret techniques of the Fantasy Alliance, and I know them very well. What? Pluto was shocked. He looked at Life Fall King in shock. This person in front of him came from the universe battlefield, and just happened to come from the Fantasy Alliance's mortal enemy, the Tsang Heaven world? Pluto, now you know. Elder Darkbone continued to laugh. I have been with Life Fall King for a long time. During our conversation, I naturally heard about the Fantasy Alliance. Of course, I also heard about the Fantasy Sky Technique. Therefore, when you used this secret technique, Life Fall King probably recognized it at a glance. After I used 2 slashes consecutively, I also confirmed that it was this secret technique. Humph! Even if you know the origin of my secret technique, so what? You still can't get around me to Kildang. Pluto said coldly. Oh, is that so? Elder Darkbone grinned. Idiot! Life Fall King laughed disdainfully. Our Tsang Heaven world and the Fantasy Alliance are mortal enemies. Both sides have been fighting for many years, so we already know everything. The few powerful secret techniques of the Fantasy Alliance, including their weaknesses. Do you think the Tsang Heaven world doesn't know? You can use this secret technique to deal with other people, even if you want to deal with Elder Darkbone, but you shouldn't have used it. You shouldn't have used it in front of me. However, it's not your fault. The Fantasy Alliance is extremely far away from the divine beginning realm. It's because I've been wandering in the universe all year round that I came here and met Elder Darkbone. Under normal circumstances, the divine beginning realm, the Fantasy Alliance, or the Tsang Heaven world wouldn't have any contact with each other. Moreover, there are very few experts in the Fantasy Alliance, and most of their time is spent cultivating in the Fantasy Alliance. They rarely move around in the universe battlefield. Even if you want to move around, you have to at least reach the pinnacle of the Principal's Masters, and you obviously haven't reached that level yet. That is to say, you aren't a powerful warrior or disciple of the Fantasy Alliance at all. You just happen to get the Fantasy Sky Technique left behind by the Fantasy Alliance, and are good at cultivating this secret technique. Otherwise, if you knew that I was present, you wouldn't have dared to say such words just now. Hearing these words, Pluto suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. That was right, he was not a powerful warrior of the Fantasy Alliance. He had never been to the Fantasy Alliance. He did not even know where the Fantasy Alliance was. He had only learned this secret technique by chance when he was adventuring in the universe battlefield. And now he was pointed out by Life Fall King. And it was obvious that Life Fall King knew how to deal with the Illusion Sky Technique. Life Fall King, although this person isn't a disciple of the Fantasy Alliance, he has cultivated the Illusion Sky Technique of the Fantasy Alliance after all. So he has more or less been related to the Fantasy Alliance. Then this matter is related to you from the Tsang Heaven world. So, I'll leave this Underworld Emperor to you. How about it?" Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile. "Sure." Life Fall King did not refuse. Before this, he did not care much about killing Daing or the Blood Clan leader. The reason why he came was because of Elder Darkbone. Even if he attacked, it was just to give face to Elder Darkbone. But now, the person in front of him was related to the Fantasy Alliance. That was his own matter. Those who are related to the Fantasy Alliance must die. Life Fall King's eyes were cold as he stared at Pluto. He waved his hand, and a strange black pearl was thrown out. This pearl appeared on the battlefield before it exploded. As the pearl exploded, a strange power spread in the surrounding void space. As this power spread, the 1,000 figures gathered by Pluto started to dim. What's going on? The Underworld Emperor was shocked when he saw the scene around him. In just a short while, the black-robed figures around him disappeared completely, leaving only his original body standing there. The Underworld Emperor's expression was ugly. He wanted to use the illusory heaven technique again, but he immediately found that there seemed to be some special things in the void around him that prevented him from forming an illusion. He could not even form one illusion, let alone the thousands of illusions. At this moment, the Life Fall King's voice sounded. "I said that your illusion sky technique won't work before I'm full." Chapter 3496, Sorcerer God, Scum of the Fantasy Alliance, die. Life Fall King's voice was cold and murderous as he pointed out with a finger. This finger carried a strange power. The moment he pointed out, the void in front of him shattered. A huge and dark vortex appeared out of thin air. This vortex was vast and boundless, like a prehistoric giant beast that was crazily devouring everything around it. Following that, from within the vortex, a huge dark finger that seemed to extend from boundless hell charged toward the Underworld Emperor with destructive power. The Underworld Emperor stood there and looked at the huge dark finger that extended in front of him. His expression changed greatly in fear. This power, the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void, it is at least at the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void. It is even stronger than the blade light of Elder Darkbone. How is this possible? How can there be an existence stronger than Elder Darkbone among the experts present today? Pluto growled. He frantically tried to use his illusory heaven technique, but it was useless. He wanted to dodge the giant finger, but he was horrified to find that the giant dark finger had completely locked him down, preventing him from moving at all. He could only watch as the giant finger of darkness continued to enlarge in front of him. In the end, the giant finger of darkness was not affected at all and directly struck Pluto. Bang! A low rumble sounded and the void shook. After the giant finger of darkness displayed its full power, it slowly dissipated in the world. At this moment, Pluto's body had already been pushed to the ground by the giant finger. Even the ground had a huge hole. Pluto was at the bottom of the hole. He struggled to stand up slowly. However, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. There was a miserable and pathetic look on his face. The black robe on his body was formed from a protective treasure. However, it was in tatters now. There was still blood on his body and the corner of his mouth, especially the aura on his body. Compared to before, it was weakened by more than 40%. Too powerful. One attack has consumed more than 40% of my divine power. If I use this attack twice more, I will definitely die. Pluto raised his head and looked at Life Fall King with fear. Life Fall King frowned. He murmured, "The restriction of this world is too great for me. I can't even use 10% of my strength. I can't even kill an ant at the peak of the 6th void realm with one attack." Life Fall King was not satisfied with the result of his attack. However, the surrounding people, such as Jian Wushuang and the others, had long been amazed. As expected of a ruler-level expert, even an outsider, whose strength is limited by the power of the will of heaven, cannot exert more than 10% of his strength. However, even with less than 10% of his strength, he can still easily crush Pluto and cause him to lose more than 40% of his divine power in one attack. I'm afraid that even Elder Darkbone cannot match his strength. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Previously, Life Fall King said that he was too restricted and that the strength he could display in the divine beginning realm was not that great, so he could not count on him for this move. But now, it seemed that Life Fall King was too modest. Or it could be said that previously Life Fall King did not have anything to do with him, so he did not want to personally make a move, so he deliberately said this. But now, because it involved the Fantasy Alliance, he had to personally make a move. The strength he displayed immediately frightened everyone. Life Fall King, your opponent is just a little guy at the peak of the 6th level of the void. Don't lose face in front of so many people. Elder Darkbone laughed weirdly. Humph, do I still need you to say it? Life Fall King's eyes turned cold, and a suffocating pressure suddenly erupted from his body. Die. Life Fall King pointed his finger out again. This finger crushed the time and space in the world. In an instant, a dark demon god that was over 30,000 feet tall appeared in the void. This dark demon god had 3 eyes. The 3rd eye shot out a strange, purple beam of light. With a violent swing of its huge arm, a huge fist that was like a huge, boundless dark star appeared. It carried an incomparable impact force and attacked Pluto ferociously. This dark star was even more powerful than the dark finger that Life Fall King had just used. Clearly, Life Fall King was serious. He had pushed the power that he could use in the divine beginning realm to the extreme. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. The dark star formed by this punch made Pluto's expression change drastically. One had to know that Life Fall King's finger had used up more than 40% of his divine power. And now this even stronger punch was likely enough to destroy all of his remaining divine power. Save me! Master, save me! Pluto knew that he could not block that punch. He would most likely die in that punch. Thus, he did not have the slightest intention to block it. Instead, he directly crushed a dark green token in his hand. Moreover, he let out a series of explosive roars. The moment that Command Talisman shattered, a majestic aura instantly rose up and filled the void. When that dark demon god's fist smashed over, circles of dark air currents also blocked it. When that dark demon god's fist smashed against the dark air currents, it was as though it had smashed into cotton. It did not cause too much of a commotion, but its power was completely neutralized. Oh! Life Fall King frowned and raised his head to look ahead. Haha! Life Fall King, with your status and strength, you actually attacked one of my subordinates. Isn't that a little too much? Within the dark chi flow, a hearty laughter rang out. Following that, a hazy figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. This hazy figure was quite tall, and the aura it emitted was extremely unique. As for its appearance, no one could see it clearly. However, even if no one could see his face clearly, they could still guess his identity. Sorcerer God. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. The Sorcerer God sect had always stood together with the 3 Saint Realms. Back on the Saha Island, the Sorcerer God had appeared and killed him together with the 3 Masters of the Saint Realm, but had been repelled by him. Now, Jian Wushuang saw the Sorcerer God again. However, judging from his appearance, the Sorcerer God should be just a consciousness avatar, not the real body. Sorcerer God, are you going to stop me? Life Fall King stared at the Sorcerer God coldly. No matter what, Yama is my subordinate. If you want to kill him, I can't pretend that I didn't see it, the Sorcerer God said with a faint smile. So, you want to make an enemy of me and the Song Heaven world. Life Fall King said coldly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3497, The Final Kill, making an enemy out of you, making an enemy out of the Song Heaven world. The sorcerer god frowned. To be honest, he was not afraid of a single life Fall King. But if it was the entire Song Heaven world, then it would be completely different. The Song Heaven world was an extremely powerful force, even in the universe battlefield. Although it was quite far away from the divine beginning realm, the influence of the Song Heaven world could still reach here. If they really became enemies with the entire Song Heaven world, there were quite a number of ruler-level experts in the Song Heaven world, and there were quite a number of them who were stronger than him. Some of the top existences among them even had the qualifications to kill him directly. Hence, the sorcerer god was more or less afraid of the Song Heaven world. Life, Fall King. Although we haven't had much contact before, I still know your great name and the Song Heaven world behind you. Your Song Heaven world is the mortal enemy of the Fantasy Alliance, and I'm clear about this. However, this subordinate of mine isn't a member of the Fantasy Alliance. If I say that protecting him is equivalent to offending the entire Song Heaven world, isn't that a little unreasonable? The sorcerer god said in a low voice, "What a joke! This subordinate of yours has cultivated the illusory heaven technique of the Fantasy Alliance. How can he not be considered a member of the Fantasy Alliance? Even if he isn't, he has a great relationship with the Fantasy Alliance. Our Song Heaven world naturally has to be killed." Life, Fall King said coldly, "Pluto has cultivated the illusory heaven technique, but this is just a fortuitous encounter where he obtained the cultivation method of the Fantasy Heaven technique. He has never had any contact with the Fantasy Alliance. You should be able to see this point. After all, if he really had any contact with the Fantasy Alliance, he would have long been brought to the Fantasy Alliance's lair to cultivate. Why would he stay under my command?" Sorcerer God said, "Humph, who knows why he would stay under your command? In any case, kill him just in case." Life, Fall King snorted coldly. "Life, Fall King." The sorcerer god's voice became gloomy. "I have already explained it over and over again. Do you still want to be so aggressive? All right, I will tell you now. This Yama King is my soul slave. He has long been controlled by my consciousness and is my most loyal servant. You should also know a little about my background. I have nothing to do with the Fantasy Alliance." Soul slave. Life, Fall King's expression changed, and there was a hint of surprise between his brows. If Pluto was only a subordinate of the sorcerer god, then Life, Fall King had a reason to kill him. But if it was the sorcerer god's soul slave, then Pluto's consciousness was completely controlled by the sorcerer god. Then it did not matter whether Pluto was related to the Fantasy Alliance or not. As long as the sorcerer god did not have any entanglement with the Fantasy Alliance, it would be fine. As for the sorcerer god's background, of course, Life, Fall King knew some things. Indeed, he would not have any entanglement with the Fantasy Alliance. Sorcerer God, you said that he was your soul slave. How do you prove this? Life, Fall King asked. It's very simple. I asked him not to resist. You just need to use your soul power to check if he has my soul imprint in his body, the sorcerer god said. But before you check, I have to warn you. Don't do anything to him in the dark. After all, this slave is quite useful to me. If you dare to do something to him in the dark, then even if you are from the Song Heaven world, I will have a way to make you pay the price. After all, this is the divine beginning realm. The restrictions you have here are much greater than mine. Don't worry. If he really is your soul slave, then I won't do anything to him. Life, Fall King nodded. Then, a wave of soul power directly covered Pluto. Pluto did not resist. In just a moment, Life, Fall King withdrew that wave of soul power. How is it? Sorcerer God looked over. You're right. He is indeed your soul slave. In that case, I won't make things difficult for him for your sake, Life, Fall King said. That's good. The sorcerer god nodded slightly. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang spoke. Sorcerer god, Life, Fall King was generous and did not kill your soul slave. But today's matter has nothing to do with your sorcerer god sect. If you still want to get involved, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your soul slave." What Jian Wushuang said was the truth. Although Life Fall King would not attack again because Life Fall King had just broken Yama's illusion sky skill, and the power of the pearl was still surrounding the surrounding void in this place, Yama would not be able to use the illusion sky skill again. As long as there was no illusion sky skill, Elder Darkbone could easily defeat or kill him. As for the sorcerer god himself, he was just a consciousness clone. His combat strength was not very strong, so he did not have much influence on the situation on the battlefield. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the sorcerer god looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in his eyes and then smiled. "Little guy, last time I suffered a great loss at your hands. I thought I would not be able to deal with you so quickly. I did not expect that things would be unpredictable. Now we have seen it. That's because you're too lenient. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble," Jian Wushuang said. "Maybe, but today's matter doesn't have much to do with us. Originally, we just wanted to be a peacemaker, but we didn't expect to get into such a situation. Well, since we can't be good people, we won't get involved in this matter. Do whatever you want. Goodbye." The sorcerer god said. His figure disappeared. As for Yama, because of the existence of the Nether Jade 5-kill array, he could not leave directly. He simply flew to the edge of the void and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the matter in front of him. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. When the sorcerer god's consciousness avatar disappeared, it was clear that Yama did not intend to attack again. This made the Blood Master and Da-Ing immediately despair. Despair! Yes, despair. Without other helpers, how could the two of them resist Elder Darkbone and Demon Master Chenhua? Not to mention the Nether Jade, 5-kill formation, and Jian Wushuang's existence. They could not escape from the inescapable net and had almost no hope of survival. Blood Master and Da-Ing, you two should go on your way as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Elder Darkbone and Demon Master Chenhua both smiled coldly. They immediately attacked Blood Master and Da-Ing. No. It's over, it's over. Blood Master and Da-Ing had completely lost hope. The only thing they could do now was to try their best to survive longer. However, their efforts were clearly in vain. After all, the gap between them was too big. Da-Ing was already heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Under the attack of Elder Darkbone, he could not hold on for long before he was directly killed by Elder Darkbone. Then, Elder Darkbone joined hands with the Demon Master Chenhua and killed the Blood Master in a very short time. From then on, both the Blood Master and Da-Ing were killed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3498 left Jian Wushuang, and the others were very happy that their trip had ended perfectly with the death of Da-Ing and the Blood Master, despite the unexpected incident with Yama, especially Shower and Spirit Ancestor. For Shower, Da-Ing was a thorn in her heart. If she could not kill him, she would not be able to control the nine-tailed clan in peace. But now that Da-Ing was dead, this thorn in her heart was gone. In the future, she would naturally be able to do whatever she wanted. Only then would her long-term goal be truly accomplished. As for the Spirit Ancestor, her killing intent toward the Blood Master was unprecedentedly strong. The Blood Master had a grudge against her for killing her husband. For countless years, the Spirit Ancestor had dreamed of killing him, but now he had finally succeeded. He's dead. He's finally dead. Haha, this bastard is finally dead. Husband, you can finally rest in peace. Spirit Ancestor laughed. Her laughter was filled with madness, and her eyes were wet with tears. When the people around saw this, they also secretly sighed. Elder Darkbone, Demon Master Chenhua, Marquis Duanyu, and others had also removed the nether jade 5-kill formation and walked over. Everyone, thank you for your help this time. Marquis, am very grateful, Jian Wushuang said solemnly. Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master looked at each other and smiled. They had long received orders from Star Palace Master to help Jian Wushuang with all their strength, so they would do their best. As for Elder Darkbone, he just smiled faintly. Little guy, don't be too polite. I'm not helping you for free. You have to remember that you owe me a favor this time. You have to pay me back in the future. Of course. In the future, no matter what your orders are, as long as I can do it, I won't refuse, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. You'll definitely help me soon, Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile. Well, since we're done here, I'll leave with life, Fall King. This is my message token. I'll use it to contact you when I ask for your help in the future. Elder Darkbone handed a message token to Jian Wushuang. Then he left with life, Fall King. Jian Wushuang looked at Shower. Miss Shower Daing is dead. There will be no more trouble in the Nine-Tailed Clan. You can control the Nine-Tailed Clan without any worries. Now that the Blood Master is dead, the Blood Clan will be in chaos. If you are ambitious, you can take the opportunity to attack the Blood Clan and continue to strengthen your strength. Blood Clan, Shaowen narrowed her eyes and shook her head. During this period of time, the demon realm has changed too much. Because of my previous actions, the Nine-Tailed Clan has become the focus of attention. The various races in the demon realm, including the other 2 great divine clans, the Ancient Clan and the Dark World Clan, have already been on guard against the Nine-Tailed Clan. If our clan continues to attack the Blood Clan at this time, it will be very easy for us to become the target of everyone in the demon realm. It's better not to act rashly for the time being. Please keep reading on MYB0XN 0VL D0T C0M. Besides, although the Blood Master is dead, the overall strength and foundation of the Blood Clan are still there. It's not easy for the Nine-Tailed Clan to swallow the Blood Clan. It's up to you to decide. As for me, I've done my best to help you. Now that the troubles of the Nine-Tailed Clan have been solved, I can leave, Jian Wushuang said. You're leaving in such a hurry? Shower was surprised. Yes, I've killed the Blood Master and fulfilled the agreement with the Spirit Ancestor. I'll go back to the second heaven immediately to finish the thing that's important to me. I've been waiting for that for too long, so I don't want to delay it, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, but your parents, Shaowa looked at him and asked. They've been in the demon realm for a long time, so they're used to it. Besides, my second brother has just married Princess Ying of the Blood Marten clan, so he hasn't thought about leaving yet. In that case, let them stay in the demon realm for now. After a while, I'll personally pick them up and bring them back to the endless territory, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang had asked Shu Yinfeng, Luo Xinqin, and the others when they came to the demon realm. They had been in the demon realm for thousands of years and were used to it. Although they were looking forward to returning to their hometown, they were not in a hurry. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Moreover, Zhuopeng and Princess Ying had just married, so they were not in a hurry to go back. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had decided not to take them back to the Sorcerer God's realm for the time being. He would personally escort them back to the Sorcerer God's realm after his business was over. Miss Shower, I'll get rid of you for the time being and continue to take care of them for a while, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. As long as the Nine-Tailed Clan is still around, no one can touch them, Shower said. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then he looked at Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master and asked, What are your plans? We've already said that we'll listen to your arrangements for the time being. However, our identities are a little sensitive, so it's not suitable for us to move around in the primordial divine realm. Therefore, we'll return to Star Palace first. If you have any instructions, you can send us a message at any time. We'll be there immediately, Axe 1 Master said. In that case, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you, Jian Wushuang said. Axe 1 Master smiled, and the three of them turned to leave. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Axe 1 Master and the other two leave. Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, Star Saint Master. These three are experts from Star Palace, which was created by Daoist Xianxin and has a very delicate relationship with the Seven Stars mysterious sect. The reason why they did their best to help me and even said that they were willing to follow my orders was because of my identity. However, from their actions, I can tell that I am very important to the Seven-Star mysterious sect and the Star Palace. However, Axe 1 Master just said that their identities are very sensitive and that it is not suitable for them to move around in the divine beginning realm. It seems like the three great saint domains also know about the existence of the Star Palace and are extremely against it. However, the three great saint realms clearly know about the existence of the Star Palace, yet they are unable to do anything to it. This also shows that the power of the Star Palace is definitely not weak. The Star Palace's strength was not weak. This point could be seen from Axe 1 Master and the other two. To send out 3 6 void realm principles, masters at once. How many people in the divine beginning realm could achieve such an ability? It seems that if I have the chance in the future, I will have to personally go to the Star Palace to take a look. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3499, 20,000 years the dust had settled in the Blood Clan. Jian Wushuang and the others had also left the Blood Clan. After greeting Zhu Yinfeng and the others, Jian Wushuang planned to leave the Demon Realm and go to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. When he left, Jian Wushuang glanced at Demon Master Qinhua and asked, "Qinhua, are you really going to leave your disciple alone in the Demon Realm?" "Of course." Demon Master Qinhua nodded. "I have taught him many things and given him many opportunities over the years. His strength has improved a lot, so it's time for him to go on his own. After all, the level of our contact is too high for him. If he continues to follow us, he won't get any experience on the way. It's better for him to go on his own. ITLL be more effective." "That's true, but he's still weak. The Demon Realm is too chaotic and the experts are too weak. Isn't it too dangerous for him to travel alone?" Jian Wushuang said. "Humph, so what if it's dangerous? If you want to become a real expert, which one of you didn't come through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire? I was like that in the past. Aren't you the same?" Demon Master Qinhua glanced at Jian Wushuang. "You're right." Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. After explaining, Jian Wushuang, Demon Master Qinhua, and Spirit Ancestor went directly to the second heaven. When Jian Wushuang entered the third heaven, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao immediately sensed it. Now that he left the third heaven, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao also knew about it. It was transmitted to the few masters of the Saint Realm. In the vast chaotic void, for hazy figures gathered together. These 4 people were naturally the 3 masters of the Saint Realm and the Sorcerer God. "We just received the news from the power of the will of heaven. Heavenly Sword Marquis has returned to the second heaven," Flame Saint Master said. "Has he finally left?" Life and Death Saint Master asked in a low voice. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't stay for long in the third heaven, he created huge waves in the Demon Realm within a short period of time. The Nine-Tailed Clan and the Blood Clan underwent drastic changes, one after another. The situation in the Demon Realm now is completely different from before. These changes in the Demon Realm are nothing. I was worried that Heavenly Sword Marquis would think of ways to take revenge on the 3 great saint regions after he came to the third heaven. But now, it seems that he still has a trace of rationality and didn't attack the 3 great saint realms, Destruction Saint Master said. That's because he isn't stupid. Even though the 3 great saint realms cannot do anything to him, with his strength, even if he has Demon Master Chinhua by his side. He is still far from posing a threat to the three great Saint Realms. Flame Saint Realm said coldly, just him alone and Demon Master Chinhua are naturally not enough. But what if we add Star Palace? Life and Death Saint Master suddenly spoke. Star Palace! The moment the two words Star Palace were mentioned, the entire primal chaos void went silent. After a long while, Life and Death Saint Master continued. Star Palace, the greatest threat to us has already begun to contact Heavenly Sword Marquis. According to the information we have received, the reason why Heavenly Sword Marquis was able to create such a huge wave in the demon realm was because of the three principals, masters of Star Palace, giving their all to help. As for the three principals, masters of Star Palace, even though we do not know their names for the time being, we can be certain that these three have already reached the 6th level of the void. The 6 realms of the void, even our 3 great saint realms, can be counted with one's fingers. But this Star Palace casually sent out 3 of them. What does this mean? Flame Saint Realm and Destruction Saint Master's eyes immediately turned cold. The 6 realms of the void might not have many principals masters in the entire divine beginning realm, yet the Star Palace could send out 3 of them at once. This made them apprehensive. Back then, when I found out about the existence of the Star Palace, I had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, that mysterious god is extremely cunning. He placed the base of the Star Palace in that place, making it impossible for the powers of the 3 great saint realms to reach that place. We can only try our best to suppress the growth of this Star Palace. I did not expect that after so many years of suppression, the growth rate of this Star Palace would still be so astonishing. Until now, the power of the Star Palace is probably not much weaker than any of our Saint Realms. It might even be stronger. Destruction, Saint Master, snorted coldly. The Star Palace was indeed a huge threat to them. However, this huge threat had existed for many years, but the 3 Saint Realms could not do anything about it. It's useless to talk about this now. However, the Star Palace and Heavenly Sword Marquis aren't able to do anything about it. There's no need to be anxious. The 3 Saint Realms have already received the exact news. Flame Saint Realm said, Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. The news. The others immediately looked over. What do you mean? Destruction, Saint Master asked. 20,000 years, at most 20,000 years. The people there will arrive at the divine beginning realm. At that time, both Heavenly Sword Marquis and the Star Palace will be eradicated, Flame Saint Realm said. That's great. Destruction, Saint Master's eyes brightened. 20,000 years, isn't that a bit too long? Life and Death Saint Master frowned. That Heavenly Sword Marquis is improving at an astonishing speed. 20,000 years, he has a lot of room to grow. See you. Life and Death. Aren't you overestimating that Heavenly Sword Marquis too much? Even if he is a perfect grade life form with extraordinary talent, given his current strength, given 20,000 years, how much can he grow to? Flame, Saint Realm sneered. It's already very good that he can match up to a ruler like his deceased master. Don't forget that Mystic One took a very long time to reach the ruler level. Flame, Saint Realm snickered. That's true. Life and Death Saint Master nodded slightly. All right, since that's the case, well, just wait for another 20,000 years. During these 20,000 years, well, I'll be careful and try not to take the initiative to have any conflicts with Heavenly Sword Marquis, especially you, Sorcerer God. Destruction, Saint Master, looked toward the Sorcerer God who had remained silent all this while. Your Sorcerer God sect has been a little restless all these years. And this time in the demon realm, I heard that your Sorcerer God sect has also gotten involved. It's nothing. The Sorcerer God laughed dryly. It's just that one of my subordinates, the Blood Clan, has some friendship and decided on his own accord. Is that so? Destruction, Saint Master glanced coldly at the sorcerer god. Of course. The three of you have already instructed us before. Naturally, our sorcerer god's sect will not be blind. At this critical juncture, our relationship with Heavenly Sword Marquis has soared to the sky. However, this time in the Blood Clan's matter, I've also obtained another piece of information. That is the Life-Fall King from the Tsangheaven world and Elder Darkbone. It seems that they are also on Heavenly Sword Marquis' side. The sorcerer god said, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3500 Lowest Risk Life-Fall King, Elder Darkbone. Hearing these two names, even the three Saint Realm Masters' faces darkened. Life-Fall King is an extremely powerful ruler from the outside world, and he also comes from the Tsangheaven world. However, he is an expert from the outside world after all, so he will be greatly suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the divine beginning realm. His strength will also be greatly weakened. To put it bluntly, even the three of us Saint Realm Masters can easily suppress him in the divine beginning realm. If the three of us join hands, we can even kill him. He should also know this, so he shouldn't be so stupid as to stand on the side of Heavenly Sword Marquis, Flame Saint Realm said. Yes, he is a mighty ruler who can call the wind and summon the rain in the universe battlefield. There is no need for him to come to the divine beginning realm to take risks. As for the Tsangheaven world behind him, although it isn't weak, it is too far away from the divine beginning realm. It doesn't have the right to meddle in the internal affairs of our divine beginning realm. Destruction, Saint Master said. Sorcerer God, are you sure that Life-Fall King is completely on Heavenly Sword Marquis' side? Life and Death Saint Master looked at Sorcerer God. Well, I can't say for sure because in the Battle of the Blood Kindred, Life-Fall King didn't make a big move at first. But later, because one of my subordinates used the secret technique of the Fantasy Alliance, he decided that my subordinate had an inseparable relationship with the Fantasy Alliance, so he went all out, Sorcerer God said. That's it. Life and Death Saint Master smiled. The Fantasy Alliance and the Tsangheaven world are mortal enemies. If he sees someone related to the Fantasy Alliance, he will not let them go. It seems like this Life-Fall King doesn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the divine beginning realm. He only acted because of your subordinate, Destruction Saint Master said. If I knew it, a ruler shouldn't be so stupid. Flame Saint Realm snorted. You don't need to care about this Life-Fall King. But that Elder Darkbone is a little tricky, Life and Death Saint Master said coldly. When we were on Saha Island, our three great holy realms set up an inescapable net to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. At that time, Elder Darkbone helped Heavenly Sword Marquis get out of danger. Although at that time he said it was just to return a favor for his disciple, but is it really worth him to offend our three great holy realms with just a favor for a disciple? At that time, I felt that his actions were a little strange. This time, he appeared to help the Heavenly Sword Marquis. It seems that he is indeed on the Heavenly Sword Marquis side. It seems that this old thing is also restless. Flame Saint Realm snorted coldly. That's normal. He's someone from the same era as Temporal Temple Master and Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master. He's extremely old and has stayed in the divine beginning realm for God knows how many years. Moreover, his strength has already reached the peak of the Principal's Masters. With his strength reaching this level and being alone, he should have no qualms about going to the depths of the universe to explore. However, after so many years, he has been staying here. How could he not have other motives? Destruction, Saint Master narrowed his eyes. Now it seems that the old ghost bone has chosen to stay. It is likely to be related to the Star Palace. This old thing, the eyes of the three masters of the Saint Realm were cold, but at the same time they were helpless. Elder Darkbone was famous for his tyrannical methods. Even if he was facing a true ruler-level expert in a cosmic battlefield, he could still survive. However, in the divine beginning realm, just the three of them, it's almost impossible to kill a ghoul. Just as they could not do anything to Jian Wushuang, they could not do anything to Elder Darkbone. Forget it, let them be proud for a while. After 20,000 years, when the people there arrive, they will uproot the Star Palace, the Heavenly Sword Marquis, and the Elder Darkbone. This time, we must get rid of all the things left behind by the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect. We must not leave any trouble behind. The three masters of the Saint Realm had already made their decision, and they quickly disappeared into the chaotic void. As for the Sorcerer God, after the three masters of the Saint Realm disappeared, he also gave a strange smile and disappeared with them. Second Heaven, Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. After leaving the third heaven, Jian Wushuang, Demon Master Qinhua, and Spirit Ancestor came straight here. After they arrived, Jian Wushuang directly sent a message to the old Valley Master, Mai, who led them into the hinterland of the valley. My young friend, I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble in the demon realm recently. Mai asked casually, visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Yes, Senior, do you know about it? Jian Wushuang glanced at Mai. Of course, although I have long ignored the matters in the valley. Once something big happens in the divine beginning realm, someone will inform me immediately, especially you. Of course, I, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, also care about it. Mai smiled. I heard that you went to the Blood Clan and killed the clan leader of the Blood Clan? If I'm not wrong, you went to kill the clan leader because of Spirit Ancestor, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Killing the clan leader was a condition set by Spirit Ancestor. Now that the condition has been met, Spirit Ancestor will follow me to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Senior Hemp E, with Spirit Ancestor's knowledge of the soul, you should be able to minimize the risk by stripping Shuang Heir's soul, right? Of course, although I have stayed in the valley all year round, I have heard of the great name of the Spirit Ancestor. In the divine beginning realm, in terms of the attainments in the soul, the previous clan leader of the nine-tailed clan, Daing, and the Spirit Ancestor of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect were the two strongest. However, now that Daing is dead, the Spirit Ancestor has the highest attainments in the soul in the absolute beginning divine tribulation. If she were to take action personally, the risk would naturally be the lowest. Mai smiled. In fact, Daing had a good relationship with the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. He was also good friends with Mai. When he first decided to strip Lung Rushwang's soul, Mai wanted to ask Daing for help. However, because of Jian Wushuang, he had to give up. He did not expect that the world was unpredictable and that Daing was already dead. Moreover, her death was largely caused by Jian Wushuang. However, Daing's death was closely related to Jian Wushuang. However, Mai and the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley would not have any prejudice or resentment toward Jian Wushuang after all. Their relationship with Daing was not good enough to avenge Daing. My young friend, have you prepared the 100-million-year Star Moon Agarwood? Mai asked, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters.